I'm live. I got a Mountain Dew. I've got a really nice, expensive whiskey. And I guess just gonna wait for nobody? Everybody? I don't know. Hi, Hammer Hesha? Hammer Hesha? It looks like I should be like Hammerhead Ha, but my brain doesn't work sometimes. How's it going? How you doing? I'm good. Well, I'm fine, I guess. I'm live as far as I can tell. Hey, Glenn. I know I took a month off from creating videos. I was working on stuff. I've been writing a review for the Bad Batch figures, and I have them all hanging out here because as I've been writing, I've been staring at them. Hi, Linda. What's up, Dark Toy Lord? Anyways, I've been working on a Bad Batch review, and so far it's like 4,000 words, and I've just started covering Crosshair. So it's gonna be. I just want to just do like a ridiculously long video for absolutely no reason other than the fact that producer Greg from Toy Galaxy got me into Tim Rogers reviews, and he does ridiculously long videos. And I just kind of wanted to do something not aping on his style, but just kind of not caring about that. So yeah, Rhino Hobbies, how you doing, man? It was cool seeing you at Star Wars Celebration. So cheers. It was fun getting a beer with you and Brian and his wife. So that was cool. Yeah, I got a couple figures here. So I got this Boba Fett. I haven't opened yet. And then my buddy Zach was just here. Actually, I was gonna go live a little while ago, but Zach was coming over. He bought me this Junk Heap a long time ago, like way back when Junk Heap was brand new, and he's had it for that long. And then he found me this blitzwing, so I'll be messing with that, and I opened it just to make sure it was in there because you never know with these. So I'll be messing around with those. I also just have a bunch of other figures that I've bought and just haven't opened because I didn't live stream last month. It was the first month in like a couple years that I haven't live streamed in a month. And I just didn't mean to take June off, but I was busy that Saturday, and then I didn't want to do it that Sunday. And then the next week happened, and then the next week happened. And before I knew it, I'm like, it's almost done with June. I haven't done one video on YouTube. I just think I needed a little break, and I didn't mean to, but it is what it is, What else do I have? I've got this He-Man right here. It was on sale at Target, and I was like, well, I like this head better than the other one came with. You can't see it because the light's right in the way, but I think this is a better looking head. Anyways, so I have a He-Man here. What else do I got? I got a couple of like Power Rangers that I bought a while ago and haven't opened. I bought this from Dorkside Toys at Star Wars Celebration. I still haven't opened it. And these are all things I was planning on doing on my live stream last month. That's how long I've had these. Not this, but the other things. I've had them for a long time, just kind of hanging out. Wow, you just started watching me today. That's crazy. Welcome to my channel. I'm glad that you caught me at the end of a little break. So thank you for watching me. I am drinking a little drink tonight. I'm honoring my brother who died 2 years ago. And he didn't die on the first or second, but what happened was, I guess I'm just going to a little story time, but like mid-June, he got real sick, and they thought he was going to need like some kind of like kidney or like probably like a kidney transplant. So I'm like, okay, I'll fly down. They'll test me, see if they need me. But when I got there, they're like, nah, like that's not gonna fix it. He's probably gonna die, which sucks. And when they were like, your only option right now is just to go on hospice, and because they can't do anything for him, his body was just shutting down, and he didn't want to be alone. And so the first night they told him he wasn't ready to go on hospice because they take you off all the stuff keeping you alive when you're on hospice. And he wasn't ready for that, like mentally or whatever. So my dad stayed with him that night. And that was basically last night. And then the next night I stayed with him all night. And I was terrified he was going to die while I was there. He didn't, obviously. I mean, not obviously, I guess. It was obvious to me now, but I didn't know then. But like we stayed awake all night talking because like we hadn't really done that in forever. But so tonight is the 2-year anniversary of that night, and then he went on hospice on the 2nd, and then died on the 3rd. So it's just one of those things. It sucks. It's sad. I'm sad, but life goes on, and you got your memories, and you never know when you're going to go or when loved ones are going to go. So just, be nice to people and try to love people when you can. So cheers. Ooh, that is smooth. This is every year my wife gets me a whiskey for Christmas, and I open it on New Year's Eve and I'll watch a Star Wars movie with it. And this one was a particularly fine whiskey she got me. I think it's like $150 or $180 bottle of whiskey. That's good stuff. Ooh. Oh yeah, so Ionic is jumping. I'm on everything right now. Brickman 114, how's it going? I was holding off on the 40th anniversary. Oh, I see what you mean. The 40th anniversary. I don't know if I'm gonna get 40th anniversary. The only thing I care about is that new hand, so he can hold his sword aloft because it goes like this or whatever. But I don't know if I care about it that much. If I see the new Eternia Skeletor or Beastman, I might get them because I like those like fantastical designs that aren't kind of normal designs. But I don't know. It was on sale for like $13 for the He-Man. I'm like, screw it. $13. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, Brickman. I'm hanging out. I just don't want to be alone, and I feel like I want to play with some toys. And like my wife's kind of watching TV and dozing on and off, watching the new Iron Chef in the living room, and I want to play with toys, which means I'll be in the toy room, and I didn't want to be alone in the toy room playing with toys. So I've got you guys keeping me company. So thanks. And I'm on pretty much everything that I do. I'm on Facebook, I'm on YouTube, and I'm on Twitch. So I'm on, thanks to StreamYard, which is not, it's not like, this is not a commercial for StreamYard, but it's nice that I can do all that at once instead of having to pick and choose. Because one of the things, my buddy Chris Perillo, I say my buddy because I would say we're like decent acquaintances, I guess. I don't know. But he always gets on me because he wants me to be on Twitch because he thinks there should be more toy people on Twitch. And I agree with that. But I don't really have a Twitch audience. And I know I have a YouTube audience, So anyways, I'm going to go ahead and open this. Yeah, it is. Yeah, Eric, there we go. Yeah, sorry about that. I just like I was saying before, I didn't really intend to take a month-long break, but I did, and I think I'm gonna be all the better for it. And it's really hard to push yourself to be creative when you're just not feeling it. You get burnt out, and I think I just wanted a nice little break, so that's what I got. And now I'm back. It's July 1st. It's the first weekend of the month. Let's party. That's what I'm gonna do. So I got this Boba Fett here, and I've got the SH Figure Arts version as well. I bought that at TFCon. I bought that at TFCon back in March. Oh, this thing's in there. And I was very interested in comparing them because, you know, this Boba Fett is a $30 figure. This Boba Fett is like $100 figure, $80 to $100 depending on where you get it. You know, like is it worth the extra $50? And from what I've seen, a lot of people, like Dan and my buddies at the Out of the Basement, people like that, they don't seem to think that it's worth the extra price. So I was very interested in it. I've never done a SH Figuarts versus Black Series comparison. While we're doing this, did anyone back the HISS tank? Because I sure did. I'm pretty excited for the HISS tank. I'm not super stoked on the tiers. I just don't think it's worth getting upset about. A lot of people are like mad at Hasbro because of the tiers, and I think that's a little silly. I think the tiers are fine for the people that care about them. Like, it is nice to get alternate, you know, versions of the cockpit inside to make it look like the original toy, and there are people out there that want that, and I don't, because I like the new design of the cockpit and the treads, and I think that's cool. But I get the people that don't, and I'm glad that they are going to have an option. That is a really good looking head. I want to compare this head. Oh yeah, Linda, I guess you guys have to wait for people to put the HISS tank up, huh? Which is weird because, you know, like, it's definitely been funded. It was funded on day one. So you'd think all the third-party sites would be banking on those. It's a sure thing. Like, it's not gonna not fund, even if the other two tiers they come out with are just crazy dumb and everyone gets mad at them like they did with the Rancor. At the most, the Rancor only lost 500. Not even 500 backers. So there's no way at this point the HISS tank would lose more, like a couple thousand, you know. That is a good whiskey. But yeah, I wanna take a look at these two here. So right off the bat, let me adjust the where's my software for this? I've got like 3 different cameras, and I have to worry about what software is controlling what camera here. There we go. It's opening. Oh, and it just decided to go full screen. Oh, come on, man. No, let's go widescreen. Like a big boy, like a bantha. There we go. Let's autofocus here. So let's get. It's hard to do. Let's see. Let's. Nope. Gotta turn the focus back a little bit. Back a little bit. There it goes. All right. So the SH Figuart head is smaller. I think the SH Figuart figure is smaller in general. Not by much, but it is. Yeah, the Black Series one, the scars have these weird discoloration patches. The other one had that too, the Tython Boba Fett without the armor. And that's a weird choice because it's supposed to be like that, you know, according to Hasbro. I'm not the biggest fan of it, but because like this one still has the scars, but there's no discoloration. Also, the SH Figuart is using more of a matte paint versus this is definitely glossy. So you have that kind of glossy sheen that some of the newer figures tend to have. And I need to, what I need to do is buy a can of just matte spray. I might have one in my Gundam. I went through a Gundam period, and I like to give them a little gunk wash and dry brush to make them look, dirty. I didn't panel line, but I did do some washes and whatnot. So I think I have a can in there of a matte finish because I preferred the matte look. I've always been worried about things like these. They're just so tight, and I'm like if you bend it, you don't want to break it, so you have to make it go around. I don't want to break these little things, but they're definitely not meant to stretch that far, so you have to kind of be careful of going around there. Linda took the white off the Tython Fat with nail polish remover. That actually is a good idea. I hadn't thought about that, but honestly, I hadn't given it much thought in general. But thank you for that. I'll probably Rhino took it off with some alcohol. Okay. Oh, hey Albert. How you doing, man? Playing with the new the Figure Arts Buzz Lightyear figure looks great. I've seen a couple people that I follow get theirs in recently, and it looks fantastic. I'm a little bummed I didn't go for it, but it's just one of those things because I don't really buy Figure Arts, so it's not the first thing I think about when a new one pops up. But it definitely is a good looking one for sure. Ionicus didn't back the his tank. Well, you've got till August if you want to do it, but I get it. It's a $300 figure, and that's not for everybody for sure. So I get that. My Spirit and Storm Shadow haven't shipped yet, but they've been charged from Hasbro, which is where I got them. But my Cobra Officer and my Croc Master both charged and shipped, and I should get those soon. I think I should get them on Tuesday. All right, let's get Boba Fett's got to have his jetpack here. His backpack's got jets. He's Boba the Fett. He bounty hunts for Jabba the Hutt to finance his vet. He chills in deep space, got a mask over his face. And I don't actually remember the rest of the lyrics. That is MC Chris right there. And oops, my bad. Let's get that back on. So another issue I've seen, I think Dan told me about on his, is that they have issues. Getting the blaster to sit in the hand. So let's see if I can get this. My Cobb Vanth is going to get here on Sunday, which is weird because the mail doesn't get delivered on Sundays, but I guess Amazon, which is where I ordered it, delivers on Sundays. Whatever they do, they have their own private delivery for a lot of contracted stuff. So my Cobb Vanth gets here on Sunday, and it's crazy that people like you that have had that since November of last year, and us nobodies here in America are just now getting it, and that is it's an interesting kind of thing to happen here. Where's my yeah, sometimes I gotta look at this to make sure I'm doing it right, because I find doing the grip like this on this guy lets it fit in the hand properly. So I think doing that on this is going to be the same kind of issue. Where you want to make sure the thumb kind of goes. I wonder, can I take the hand off? because the hand feels real loose. So I'm thinking like, like maybe this will make it easier if I take the hand off, get the hand around it, and then just put the hand back on rather than trying to get all around all this crap. Comic Crossing says that his tank will probably be the first HasLab you back. I do want to see the other stretch goals though. Yeah, I mean, I get that. For me, don't care about the stretch goals. They could literally be like cardboard or whatever. For all I care, I was sold on the his tank itself and what it was, because it leaked the day before they announced it, and I was talking with a couple guys, I was talking with Dan Larson, people like that, and I don't care about. I just don't care about the his tank, but $300, I don't know if I cared about it that much. But after seeing the lights, all the details they put into it, they won me over just based on that. I feel like there's more love and attention put into the his tank than anything the Star Wars team has done. And I was in on the Rancor as well. Like again, I was in on that despite any tears or whatever. But I'm more so in for the his tank. I think that thing is gorgeous. What really got me, and this is stupid, was the projection on the front with the Cobra logo. Like, that's just one of those over the top things that I wasn't expecting, and I was like, "Are you kidding me? Like, that's nuts. That's crazy." I almost bought a car that projected a logo. I was looking at getting a Mustang, a Ford Mustang, and it projected a Ford Mustang logo under the door when you opened it. And I just thought that was the coolest thing in the world. And then I realized I don't want a Ford Mustang, but I still thought it was cool, so it's that kind of energy, basically. Hey, Rolando, how's it going? There we go. There we go. It's in there. It's not as in there as this guy's, but it's in there. I got it in. That's okay. Did I see the Dark Trooper review done by Landspeeder Luke? Yeah. I did. I didn't actually watch it. I saw he did it, but the thing about joint tightness, you can loosen all that stuff up. Either just slowly working the joint until it loosens up, or heat it up a little bit and it will loosen up. But I haven't watched his videos. I don't watch other people's Black Series reviews. I'll watch Transformers reviews. I'll watch Marvel Legends reviews. I'll watch just regular videos they do. But I don't like having my opinion of a figure influenced by other people's opinions. I want everything I say to be kind of mine. And no matter how careful you are, as soon as you hear something, it's going to stick in your mind. And it's hard to say something different once you've heard something a certain way. You've lost your original take on it. So I try to keep things like that my own, and I don't watch other people's takes just so I can keep things me, I guess. And it's not that I want to support anyone, because I'm definitely love to support other content creators and whatnot. And I don't see it as like a rivalry thing. I'm not doing it because I don't want them to get views. In fact, for a lot of videos like Papa Gord and people like that, I'll load it up and like it, and I won't watch it, even though I guess that kind of hurts. But I want to give them the engagement. I just don't like to get my opinion influenced. Just trying to get this into like a good. I don't like this. I feel like this should have been soft goods right here. It doesn't hang right because of the rubber when you have the knee bent like that. So maybe I'll bend this knee and keep this one straight. I don't know. Can you do this thing where he fired the rocket? I guess you kind of can. Yeah. I feel like it's too low. I feel like this should be a little higher. It's not the worst. I definitely feel like this one can do better two-handed poses than this one. I had a hard time getting this one to hold his blaster properly, whereas I'm not having a hard time getting the Black Series one to hold it. Let's get the jetpack on. He needs that. Wilbon, I actually definitely agree with that right there. I think especially for the deluxe price point, he should have soft goods for sure. Like, I don't look at this out of the box and be like, yeah, that's a deluxe figure. There are some figures I've got, like this guy, Wrecker here. Wrecker is like noticeably bigger than pretty much any of my other figures. So like, yeah, he's a deluxe figure. I get that. But this Boba Fett here, he's not a deluxe figure. But in his defense, this SH Figure Arts is a lot more expensive. And I think for the price, it's a better value. Like, this has more stuff. Don't get me wrong. This I can't talk. This Boba Fett has a lot more stuff for sure. He's got hands, that weird the little chain link thing to show Mandalorian that the armor really is his. Toe joints, the little rocket things on the knees are definitely sculpted in general and painted. They're not even there. I think they're there. Yeah, they're there, but they're not painted. It's just orange plastic. And again, for the deluxe price point, you'd think they could do stuff like that. So it could be better, but I think for the price, it is good. I also don't really like this skirt on the figure arts. I don't like this. I don't think this is how it looked in the show, and it just looks like he's wearing a skirt. I don't love that. The holster is weird. Like, there's two holsters, and this one has the blaster sculpted in it, and then there's a separate holster that's empty, and then a separate gun. So if you wanted to, you could have him holding the gun and have the gun in the holster, because he comes with all the parts for that. And I think that's a little overkill. Like, you don't need that. You could just have the holster go in the gun. Like, this worked just fine. I don't think that was all that necessary. Paint wise, I mean, I think it's I don't know if one's necessarily better than the other for like the sculpting and most of the paint. I will say there are little details like this which are better on the SH Figure Arts. For sure. I also like the detail here where it's got the little slash here, and this one doesn't have that. Does this come off? It does. So this is basically the same jetpack that came with Boba Fett, the Return of the Jedi one, just repainted. Does have movable thrusters, which means that the flame effects that came with that one will work for this one too. But that's another thing. This is a deluxe. This is Deluxe, and he should also have come with flame effects for this, and he should have come with the flame thrower effect. Kitty cat, are you trying to get in the room because you hear me? My cat's trying to get into my room. For the Deluxe price point, they've already made these things. They've already made them. They could have included all of those in here, and it would have made that Deluxe price point feel better for sure. And that does suck. You can use the Boba Fett one if you want to, but I would have liked to have been able, to have a picture of all the Boba Fett's flying, or the Cobb Vanth, which I'm assuming has the same stuff, because it's the same armor. Yeah, a gaffy stick would have been real cool too, for sure. Is this the number? Yeah, it's number 2 in the Book of Boba Fett line. I could see that because he didn't really use the gaffy stick in this outfit until the last episode, so I could see that being an issue where like maybe they didn't know to include it because they don't get all that information. This is clearly a Mandalorian season 2 re-armored Boba Fett that they were like, well, let's just include it in Book of Boba Fett. Same thing with Fennec Shand. Like those are figures where they were like, oh, we got to start a Book of Boba Fett thing. I genuinely, my voice is cracking. I genuinely think like Lucasfilm told them almost nothing about Book of Boba Fett. And what we're getting Book of Boba Fett wise is stuff that was going to be in the Mandalorian line. Because this is definitely a Mandalorian season 2 Book of Boba Fett. Not Book of Boba Fett. Mandalorian season 2 Boba Fett figure. There we go. That's what I was going to say. Yeah, well, I think it's I think that's absolutely right. I think for the price point, this is clearly objectively better, comes with more stuff, but I think the value wise, the Black Series one is better overall because of how much you're not spending on it. But you like that one, waiting for the one with the regular pants. Okay, yeah. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Comic Crossing, agreed. The tubes on the elbows, not a fan of the tubes on the elbows. It definitely makes it a little tough. Deluxe is starting to mean just a bigger box. Yeah, when they did it with Cobb Vanth, I was on their side. Like I get it. And again, I haven't seen Cobb Vanth in person. I will on Sunday when I get it from Amazon. But the reasoning is Deluxe because of the paint apps. And from the pictures I saw, like, yeah, there's a lot of paint apps on there. And I know like figure budgets are a thing. And if it was like, okay, we can put it in a regular card with inferior paint apps, or not all the paint apps they want, or they can make it a Deluxe figure and put the paint apps they want on it. I understood that. And on that figure, I feel like sure. But again, I've also heard that they've still cut corners and there's still paint apps that are missing on it. Which kind of makes that whole theory moot. But I was defending Hasbro on that one, but then they released this as a Deluxe, and then the Tython Ruins one, and that's again, it's the same Boba Fett. If anything, it's just this Boba Fett with actually more paint on it. So if anything, that one maybe is a little bit more deserving of the Deluxe figure, if that's the reasoning, because it's the same kind of paint apps that the Cobb Vanth would have, because it's the one after the Sarlacc pit, so it's all beat up and scuffed up and all that stuff, which again, on some level, I get. I don't want to pay Deluxe figures for a figure like this, but I definitely feel like Hasbro is just they're milking it a little bit. And I get the people that are upset over it, or they don't want to buy it, they don't want to support it. For me, I don't care about $5. I don't. I care about $5 if someone else is trying to sell it to me, like they scalped it and they're like, okay, I'll give it to you, but for like $5 or $6 extra bucks. I don't like that. But if that's the price that Hasbro is charging, because it's their product and that's the MSRP or whatever, that you can't get it cheaper than that, like fine. And I ultimately am not going to throw a hissy fit for personally. I'm not going to get mad over a couple bucks here and there, but I will hit a point. Like if prices keep creeping up, like if we hit $30 for regular price figures, for like regular figures, and then like $40 for deluxes or whatever, I might not be a completionist anymore. Because as of right now, I'm still a completionist. I haven't stopped being a completionist. So I'm buying every figure. Not every figure, but every like new figure. So like with the archive line, I'm not getting any of the archive figures that I already have because I already have the original figures. If they're not different, if they have like paint updates or like face printing updates, I will get those to replace the older ones because I do like the face print updates. But like for like instance, the last one, like Dengar, I've got Dengar. The 2018 Dengar is the same as the one that came on the archive. I'm not getting that. C3PO, same as the Walgreens one that I already have. Not getting that. The Lando, not getting that. I already have him. So like I'm not getting it because it's a new figure. It's not a new figure. It's just a kind of a re-release of an old figure with no changes. So to me, I can still be a completionist and not get those. But for something like this, or like the Tython Ruins version of this, and Cobb Vanth or whatever, like those are new figures, even though they're repaints or slight tweaks or whatever. I'm gonna get those because they are technically different, and that's my choice. I make that. I fully tell people don't do that. I just have decided to do that. But you know, there might be a point where I might stop. Stumblers here. Yeah, Will Bond's true. It seems like these days Boba Fett just means deluxe, and that's actually true. My Boba Fett helmet, the Return of the Jedi one was not okay out of the package, but this one seems to be okay. I feel like maybe it could flare out a little bit more because Boba Fett's helmet is flared out naturally a little bit, but it's not as warped as the Return of the Jedi one was. That's for sure. I think mine actually looks okay. Change your name to Fives. That's fine. Fives is great. Fives is one of my favorites. Texas Toy Hunter. Thanks for subbing. Yeah, if you guys want to sub, you can. If you want to like the video, you can. All that stuff helps out that. Or if you're on Twitch, because I'm streaming this to Twitch, I'm streaming it to Facebook. I never know where to stream or where not to stream, so I'm just streaming it everywhere thanks to StreamYard. But Twitch, if you want to, if you're on Twitch and you want to sub there or whatever, that's cool too. But yeah, I had to do that for the. I think the reason this one wasn't warped and the Return of the Jedi one is he wasn't wearing it. It comes off in the package to give it the illusion that there's more stuff in the box. Whereas the Return of the Jedi one, he's wearing it obviously because it's not removable. And I think the process of putting it in there while it was like warm, I guess, to get like this suctioned around it, or however the process that they do it in the factory, I think that warps some of these sometimes. So yeah. But you know, in the same vein I was talking about earlier, like things like this is the same. They could totally have little rocket accessories for this, and that's one of the things I talked about when I talked with Eric at Celebration, was like accessory packs. Like if they did a Mandalorian accessory pack where you had extra flames and things like that, I would buy so many of those. We need lightsaber packs, we need Jedi robes, we need blaster packs, we need flame accessories, things like that. I really hope one day that Hasbro gives us that stuff. Put that back over there. Oh, it's getting a little watered down, but it's still real smooth, still real good. Yeah, this is a Death Watch Mando. I've got two. I ordered the whole case, and he was double packed. And you know what? Mwah, love it. I was gonna sell it or give it away, but I love this figure so much, It's just such a good figure. It might be one of my favorite figures of the year, honestly. Linda weathered the armor with silver on the depth. Yeah, I'm sure that would make it look a lot better. A little dry brushing around here and stuff. I think that definitely would make it real good. Darkenin says, trying real hard not to let nickel and diming and other shenanigans with toy collecting take away my joy. I 100% get that. It's really hard to like temper what's happening with the world and then just feeling that you're getting taken advantage of right now. And it's hard to keep a positive outlook sometimes. Like what is genuinely going up because of production issues and the cost of materials and inflation and things like that, and what's going up just because they feel like they can. Because while I appreciate, like, I don't think the Star Wars team themselves is like out to get money from us or whatever. I definitely think there's some evil henchman up at John Hasbro or whatever up there wringing his fingers going, I'm gonna get all those nerds monies, or things like that. Which that wouldn't surprise me if that was the case. So I don't want to like take it out on like the Hasbro team. This stuff still brings me joy, and I'm still in a place where I can buy it. I can enjoy it. But I definitely feel for the people who are having to start making decisions because of the state of the world and inflation and all that stuff, where they can't just go buy what they want when they want, where they could have before, because, well, it might be a couple dollars here and there for these figures. Everything is going up, and that couple dollars turns into a lot of money. You group it all together. So I 100% get that, and I think that's smart to do. I know I have stopped collecting a couple lines. I've cut back drastically on like Power Rangers, which I used to. I really like the Lightning collection, especially because like Dan at Toy Galaxy got me into watching Sentai. So now when I see the Power Rangers, I don't see the Power Rangers anymore. I actually see the Sentai. Like instead of seeing Mighty Morphin Power Rangers with Tommy and stuff, I'm like, no, that's G Ranger, that's Boy, that's Dan, that's Geki, things like that. Because I watched them all those and I thoroughly enjoyed them. We're watching O Ranger right now, which is what became Zeo. And now I'm just like, oh, I've got the Zeo team. So it's kind of fun that I already have that. But like for some of the other ones, like I don't know. I think I'm definitely gonna stop and pull back on those. I've already dropped Marvel Legends. I'm picking and choosing with classified GI Joe classified, because I love GI Joe classified. I love GI Joe. I've liked GI Joe longer than I've liked Star Wars. So I'm in on those, but like I definitely, like, I didn't get any of those Snake Eyes movie figures. I didn't like the movie. I saw it. It wasn't a good movie. I wanted it to be a good movie. I didn't care about the changes to Snake Eyes. Like I don't care they made him Asian instead of a white dude. I do care they made him talk. Like you don't see, he's not dressed as Snake Eyes until the very end of the last scene of the movie, and he talks the entire time. And it's like that's not Snake Eyes. That's the guy that maybe becomes Snake Eyes, but this isn't an origin movie, because at no point in the movie do you get like, oh, this is Snake Eyes. It'd be like if you watch Batman Begins and at the end of the movie he's just like, maybe I'll get a bat suit, and like that's the end of the movie. It was a weird choice. There's good and bad with the TBS team. I agree. With the TBS team, I definitely feel like their heart is in the right spot. Like people like Eric. Eric genuinely loves Star Wars. He genuinely loves toys. Like he's a good guy. Someone like Patrick, I talked with him at Star Wars Celebration. It's his job. I don't get the sense that he's a collector. He's really in it because he loves Star Wars, or he loves toys. He's a marketing guy, or he's an executive guy or whatever. He's in charge of this stuff. He does it because he's a mid-level manager or whatever, and that's what he does. He doesn't super care about it, and I feel like that does also kind of show. But I also don't think he's the devil. I just think, he's just a guy doing a job. And do I wish that someone that obviously loves Star Wars, or at least to the level that like Eric does, was in charge? Yeah, I absolutely do. I might be wrong. I might be misjudging him. I don't know, but that's just kind of from talking to him and seeing him talk and stuff. That's just kind of what I get. But like, with on the GI Joe team, when you see Emily or I can't remember the other guy. I can't remember his name, but the guys that do the live streams, they obviously love GI Joe. Like they love GI Joe. It's something that's fun for them. They're in it for the toys. They're geeks. I feel like they're geeks like me. And everything they do kind of reflects that, which is why I guess I'm more receptive to the the HISS tank, which again, I don't care about. Like they could have literal dog shit for the last two tiers, and I wouldn't care. Because I just want the HISS tank. I'll be happy with just the HISS tank. I don't feel like I'm getting taken advantage of for what it is. Let's see here. We're recently able to get hands on good quality fan sub was Battlefield Fever J. That's awesome. Love that show as a kid. It was that was the collab with Marvel. And then Marvel let them do the Spider-Man, which is where the large robots came from. So yeah, that's a cool story. I haven't seen Battle Fever J. The oldest Sentai I've seen is Sun Vulcan, because Dan that's his favorite. That was the one he watched as a childhood or whatever. So we watched all of Sun Vulcan together. It's not my favorite. I think part of it you just have to. It's one of those things you had to like as a kid, and that nostalgia kind of creeps over. But I do genuinely love Jetman. I do genuinely love Die Ranger a lot. G Ranger was okay. It wasn't the best, but for me, a lot of it did bleed over from liking Power Rangers. And when I was in the 6th grade when it came out, I loved Power Rangers. In '93 or whatever when it came out. O Ranger, I don't love. It's not as bad as like Sun Vulcan, but it's not as good as the other ones by far. But yeah, it's on it. We're watching it on Shout Factory. It's on. They have a Tokusatsu channel, and they have them all. Sometimes there's commercials, but most of the time, no commercials. They have every season from Jetman to like Hurricaneager or whatever that one, the Super Samurai or something. It's like 10 or 12 seasons. So I've been watching that. You're stoned. Oh, why we did not make the movie? Yeah. I watched Snake Eyes. I went to go visit my grandma because she was dying. She actually just recently died, but it was like 3 months ago when the doctor was like, your grandma's gonna die anytime. So I went to go visit my grandma in South Carolina. Sorry, I have to say that like a Southern person, South Carolina, because that's how I talk when I'm around my family from there, because my Southern accent comes back. And I become Michael instead of Michael. But anyway, I watched it in my room because I'm on California time and it's like midnight there, but it's like 9 o'clock to me. So I'm like, I watched Ghostbusters Afterlife. I watched Snake Eyes. I think I watched Jojo Rabbit, which was actually a really good movie. It's Taika Waititi, so of course it is. But yeah, it was not a good movie, and I really wanted it to be. It was not good. Felix, how you doing? Patrick would probably be a better fit on My Little Pony. Maybe. Lenny, thank you. That's it. Emily and Lenny is a lot of fun to watch. Emily is a lot of fun to watch. They're a great duo. Absolutely great. Dynaman, haven't seen that, but I'll put it on the list for sure. Well, I think a lot of them didn't have combinable vehicles. I think a lot of them before that didn't have any of that stuff. They might have had bigger vehicles, but they didn't combine, and there wasn't like a giant robot. I know for a fact that it was Leopardon from Spider-Man, the Japanese Spider-Man, was the first like big robot, and all of the other Sentai robots came after Leopardon. At least that's what I understand. Haven't seen it. That's just what I've read, and someone had told me. So anyway, yeah, I did this. Let's thanks everyone for watching, by the way. All 40 people hanging out right now. Wherever you're watching me from, Facebook, you're watching me from YouTube, you're watching me from Twitch. I'm streaming simultaneously all of these places. So thank you very much here. I've got Blitzwing, my Transformers Bots and Shots co-host, which we haven't done a Bots and Shots in a long time. And I'm genuinely sorry for the people that support me on Patreon at like Bots and Shots levels or sub to me because of Bots and Shots. It's just, as we get older, drinking gets harder on the body, and genuinely we started running out of Transformers to do, like when you're doing 10 bots a month, it catches up real fast when for things that you can. These are stupid. These little hand things are dumb. I almost want to keep them in the package and throw them away when I throw the package away, but whatever, it's fine. Anyways, as I was saying, we haven't done a bots and shots since our top 10 bots, which we recorded in January. I think I didn't release it until like April, so it's like a couple months in between when we filmed it and when I actually released it, which is my bad. Life just gets away from me sometimes. But we're not done. We just we've got a lot of life stuff going on. Yeah, I don't get these, and the rumor, because when what's his name, Prime vs. Prime gets these. The rumor was like, oh, are these going to be the combiner hands for Menasor? Like, do you have to buy this guy to get combiner hands for a completely different combiner? And thankfully, the answer is no. These are, I don't know what they were thinking with these. This is dumb. I could see maybe a kid loving this stuff. I like, if I were 8 or 10, I might absolutely love this, but I don't care about this at all. I do care about this. Blitzwing was one of my favorite toys as a kid. I had a G1 Blitzwing. I broke the turret off, and my mom got me another G1 Blitzwing, and then my neighbor broke the turret off that one, and then I got another Blitz. I had 3 Blitzwings growing up because the turret kept breaking, and it was my favorite. So every time it broke, I wanted a new one. More than like a new Transformer, I wanted a non-broke Blitzwing. So I got three Blitzwings growing up because I just it was the only triple changer I had. It was the first triple changer I ever saw. Turns into a jet, a tank, and a robot. Like, that's rad. So actually, it feels pretty good. I'll say that. I'm not loving this, but I understand that there are going to be compromises. You got 3 modes you have to worry about. Even the G1 figure had issues with where to put plane parts in tank mode or tank parts in plane mode, and you just kind of go with it. It is what it is. Do you think we'll get some Hasbro reveal? I do think we'll get some Hasbro reveals. I don't know if we'll get a lot, but I think we'll get some. I hope we'll get some. Chris just watched Stranger Things season 4, part 2, episode 1. That's a mouthful right there. That's cool. I actually haven't even started watching season 4, part 1. I was waiting for part 2 to come out, but I also haven't watched Umbrella Academy season 3. We're not caught up on The Boys. There's a lot of stuff that we haven't watched yet. So it's on my list of things to watch, but that's the thing with, Netflix. I don't like it when they do seasons all at once. I know a lot of people do. That's fine if you do. I like weekly episodic releases because it's less. You don't feel overwhelmed. Like right now, I feel overwhelmed. We haven't even finished Ozark yet. Because it's like so much stuff is coming out. But yeah, I don't know. I think Boba Fett's needs to flare more like the Death Watch. Yeah, you might be right about that. I might need to get some heat up that. I might need to heat that up and flare it out a little bit. But it's not as bad as the original one was, or the Return of the Jedi one was. I mean, and thank you if you're appreciating me. Thank you. That means a lot to me for sure. Yeah, the fighter mode is a little hamburgerish, but you know exactly that's what it is. That's kind of normal for blitzwing, I guess. Do you think we have a shot at getting a new Devastator since we got a new Legacy Menasor? I don't know. I hope so, because was it Titan's Return Devastator, or was it Combiner Wars? It was Combiner Wars Devastator. Combiner Wars Devastator has not aged well. I don't think anything from the Prime Wars era has particularly aged well. Hasbro's come a long way in terms of like articulation and engineering and things like that, and nothing from Prime Wars has aged well. So I would love them to do all of that stuff over again. And someone the other day was like, we don't need because the rumor is right now that we're gonna get a Bruticus. And someone said on Facebook, they were like, we don't need another, combiner every 2 or 3 years. And I was like, my dude, Bruticus came out in like 2015. That's 8 years ago. Like it goes by real fast. Like those molds are going on a decade old at this point. So it's okay to get a new Bruticus or new versions of those figures, because they are actually kind of old. Soundwave just got built from Entertainment Earth. That's awesome. I watched Power Rangers first, preferred Sentai. Being a younger generation, I mostly caught Hurricane to Gokaiger. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I haven't watched anything that new. The last time I watched Power Rangers, I think was Zeo or no Turbo. It was a long time ago. I think that was when I kind of just stopped following Power Rangers. Like I was aware when they changed over. I saw the product on shelves, but I didn't watch any of the actual shows. But I only recently got into Sentai, like last year. So I'm slowly working my way through what they got, but that's cool. Oh yeah, you switched over to YouTube. That's cool. I know you're Chris. I know who you are. Random Stuff Garage. I know that. Yeah, apparently the Netflix Earth mode, they apparently I keep seeing apparently, I don't know why. Now I can't stop saying that word. Walmart still owns the exclusive rights to that figure. So they can't re-release it in like somewhere else or redo it or anything like that. Some kind of deal they made with Walmart on that one. So it's either up to Walmart to order more figures or waiting for whenever that expires. That's what I have been told or understood. You don't have the courage, wallet, or space to collect Transformers again. And you know what? That's fine. Keep it that way. Yeah. I do like a lot of the Studio 86 stuff. I don't have every figure yet. I didn't buy the Starscream because I have the Earthrise Starscream, and I didn't see the need. I didn't care about the extras or the throne. So CF5s, thanks for hanging out. The Tonka Devastator is neat, but I don't care about G1 figures really. I'm weird like that because I grew up on them. That's all the nostalgia I have is because of G1 figures and because I had them as kids. But like I have the Walmart. Come on. I have like some of the Walmart re-releases that people have sent me and whatnot. And every time I play with them, I'm just like, what did I see in these? I was a kid, that's what I saw in them. But they don't hold a candle to the new stuff. Like if you give me a G1 Optimus Prime or like the Earthrise or Kingdom Optimus Prime, which is the same figure, just released in two different lines. The newer one is way better than the G1. I won't even entertain a thought that it's not. It's got better articulation, better looks in both truck and robot mode. Yeah, sure, it doesn't have diecast or whatever, but you know what? The tires are going to fall off or fall apart over years of use. The diecast isn't going to rust on the plastic Earthrise one or become looser because the metal rubbed against metal for decades. You're not going to lose the fists on the new one like you can with the G1. There's so many reasons why. I get the nostalgia, and I get that because of the G1s, we have the stuff now, and we wouldn't have it without the G1s. But I don't personally enjoy the G1 aesthetic. I don't love the simplicity of it. I don't think it's aged well. It just has not become my jam anymore. Whereas I still love transforming robots, but I prefer them to have grown up with me, I guess. I mean, I've got freaking, masterpiece scale. This is the deformation wing Thundercracker here, and I've got the official masterpiece, the new is it 3.0, 2.0 Skywarp hanging out here, because I like more sophisticated bots, I guess. I like them to have, like I said, kind of grown up with me. I want them to be more adult based, I guess. Not adult in the terms of like boobies and whatnot, but more complicated and look more like I feel like they should. Oh, hey man, what's up, dude? How you doing? It's been a while. The blue Mando is one of my favorites. Yeah, absolutely. This is easily going to be one of my favorite figures of the year, hands down. Absolutely. It's going to be in my top 10 without a doubt. I think Hasbro may release a proper canary yellow VW bug just to drive people. Yeah, probably. I'm not going to buy it. I've got the one from the Netflix. I'm fine with that for sure. Finally got a Captain Rex, the Bad Batch one, but yeah, it's fine. I get it. Absolutely. I love the spirit and cartoons of G1, but the toys have not aged well. Yeah, exactly. The toys haven't aged well. I wouldn't mind box KO G1 Transformers to have them display just for the feels. I definitely get that. When I went through like a phase where I was kind of re-going through the G1 cartoon and things like that, and I almost bought a KO of Computron, who was the only combiner I had as a kid. And that, that's a KO. And I almost bought it just to have like a G1 representation of my favorite combiner. But I didn't ultimately. Got the Toys R Us Encore Prime from 2002, and the tires last. Yeah, that's the problem with those rubber tires. Like they're cool. It's cool in theory, but like rubber doesn't last as long as plastic does. It's just a thing. And yes, that is 20 years old now. I have my masterpiece Starscream is the Make Toys Meteor. That's the master. So I wanted to get different molds of the three Seekers, so I'm not buying just the same figure three times with three different colors. So I bought different people making them, I guess. So I have two third-party ones and then an official one. Magic Square stuff looks amazing. I have the Magic Square MP Optimus Prime, and that one is real good. I also have a KO knockoff masterpiece official Optimus Prime, like the $450 one. It's gonna come in from China at some point. Who knows? The Boba's good. I just opened him up right now. I haven't really had a chance to play with him, but he's good. I was messing around with him and comparing him to the SH Figure Arts, and I think for the money, I would recommend him over the SH Figure Arts for sure. Yeah, I'm gonna need it. I don't know where I'm gonna put my Obi-Wan Kenobi stuff because I'm pretty much out of shelf space, but I'm gonna have to figure out. something. You know what Prime I recommend over Magic Square? Because again, I have the Magic Square Optimus Prime, but the Transform Element Optimus Prime, I think, looks better in both truck mode and in robot mode. And his transformation, while complicated, is more interesting. I also have an MP10. I have a whole shelf of Optimus Primes just off the camera right here. I have the MPO1, like the original masterpiece, the tall masterpiece Optimus Prime. I've got the TFC Rolling Thunder Optimus Prime. I've got a G1 Optimus Prime up there. I've got my Earthrise Optimus Prime up there. I've got the MMC Superposable Optimus Prime. I've got an IDW based Optimus Prime. I've got a movie Optimus Prime from Unique Toys. I've got the red, the non-transforming Optimus Prime. I got a couple of the smaller Optimus Primes. I got a bunch of Optimus Primes up there. So I got the Transform Element. I've got the Magic Square one, and I gotta find a spot to put the official KO Optimus Prime. Oh, Lance Peter Luke's here. What's up, man? Yeah, between the two, I would recommend Transform Element. If I had to pick one, having owned both. In fact, I'll get it down. Hold on. Don't look at my butt. The Transform Element comes with some battle damage parts, so I've swapped them out to make him just kind of just different, I guess. I've also put some pictures on him. I've also toy hacked up the Transform Element one. So this is Transform Element. This is Magic Square. The if you don't toy hacks him up, and I didn't do it for the robot mode stuff, he still has he just has a straight red cab like he does in the cartoon, and I appreciate that more. I put these on because I do think they look more like this one. I liked because it has more cartoon aesthetics than this one. This one is good. He's lighter. There's not as much diecast in him. He's a lot more simplistic of a transformation as well. One of the things I don't like about this one is this backside is all one piece. So it does have a lot of articulation, but like this right here is kind of annoying because it's all one piece instead of making it two separate pieces right here. The back looks pretty clean. But he's thicker, I guess. If I had to, he's thick, like he's got some thick thighs and whatnot, which is a fine aesthetic. But I think this one has a better kind of look about it. Also, like I said, the transformation is a little bit more complicated, but you can feel the heft difference. He's got a good heft to him. And I do appreciate the slightly more complicated transformation because it's just more interesting to me to kind of mess around with. I agree. You don't live that far from me. We should definitely have yeah, I do believe TEO1 is on sale for $80 right now on Show's e-store. It's a good deal. I would definitely get it. I don't know where I'm just gonna put this here. There we go. Yeah, no, I definitely yeah, the TE was on the right, so I'll bring them back up. So this is Transform Element. This is Magic Square, and these are both made in response to Hasbro redoing the Masterpiece Optimus Prime for $450. And instead of buying that, I bought both of these for half the price of of the MP Optimus Prime. So there's that. But this one, the Transform Element one, definitely has a lot more diecast. The transformation's a little bit more complicated. This one is a little bit more like MP10 in terms of he's a little bit more complicated than MP10, but a lot of the same parts are there. I do like. I do like how they swap out the little tankards, like the ones for truck motor go inside the legs, and these swapped out because in the cartoon they shrink down and so I like how they kind of incorporated that into here. Also, the one they sent me, it's supposed to have another cracked one on this side, but they sent me 2 of this instead of this one and whatever was supposed to go on here. So I can't have 2 cracked windshields, but I think it still looks fine. But that does kind of suck. But like this is a piece and this piece, they you could swap them out so they're not damaged if you want to. You can make them look nice, but I want to have a damaged Optimus Prime. Yes, they did come out before the MP44 for sure. Bisto Yeti, how you doing, buddy? It's been a while. It's been a while. So yeah, I'm gonna mess around here with blitzwing. I haven't watched any transformation videos on this. I haven't looked at the instruction manual at all. I literally just took this out of the package. So I'm just gonna try to mess around with this and see if I can figure out. Yeah, there's actually I get that. I get that. I don't think there's a lot of paint on either of those third-party ones, but there is on the Masterpiece one, which is why I'm getting the KO MP44. It's like $100 from TF Direct, and they have them like I'm getting the normal deco, but you can get one that's decoed in white, like Ultra Magnus from Dreamwave. You can get the Nemesis version. You can get the Evangelion version. So it looks like the EV was it EV01 or whatever. Yeah, man, I don't know. That's a great question. I do know that I was on Out of the Basement last Sunday, and we were going over figures we wanted to see in the line, and that was my pick for Return of the Jedi or Revenge of the Sith. I mean, was basically the Senate. We definitely do need more prequel stuff, and actually, I don't think, I don't know why my voice keeps going. I don't think we're gonna get a HasLab for Black Series again anytime soon. Between the Rancor not funding and the tragedy that is the lightsaber, I'm not backing the lightsaber. I don't care about lightsabers. I'm nothing against it. I don't think it's overpriced. It doesn't interest me. But I don't think we're gonna get a HasLab for Black Series for a long time. And I think if they did something like the His Tank, but for like an ATST, or more importantly, I think they should do something for the prequels. I think they should do like a Jedi Interceptor or like a Jedi Starfighter. Have it come with like an Obi-Wan or an Anakin Skywalker. All new molding. Make it have lights. Maybe a new R2 unit or astromech droid that's better scaled with the line, because the ones we have are too small. Things like that. I really think that they I don't think that would have any problem funding if they got the right property, the right product. I don't think the Rancor was it. I wanted the Rancor. I still want the Rancor, but I don't think the Rancor was that magic bullet they needed, like the His Tank. The His Tank went gangbusters because it's the right property and they put the right amount of effort into it. They put the right amount of love into it. They got the right amount of look. They got those bells and whistles. I wish that they would give it another go. I wish that they would do something that people frankly do want, because like I said, as much as I want a rancor, I fully understand that I'm not everybody. And there are things that I wanted that Hasbro made that I thought would end up actually selling really well. Like, oops, I just pulled his arm off out of a mushroom peg. Like the ceremony Luke Skywalker was on one of my most wanted lists back in 2017 or something like that. And they made it, and it ended up peg warming, So not even someone like me can get it right every time, sadly. Even though I'm a collector, I'm in that. Wow, that is like in there. Oh, it's his hand? Is it? No, it's not his hand. It's just a hook. Okay. The HasLab lightsaber. It's a Inquisitor lightsaber, which Inquisitors started in Rebels. That's like the first time we kind of saw them. It's a circular double blade lightsaber. It spins around. This one is from the Obi-Wan show, Reva, and I think that's part of the problem. Is Reva is not a character a lot. Even me, who likes the Obi-Wan show and I like Reva, it's still not a character where I'm like, man, I really want that specific lightsaber. So it was an interesting choice for them to start off with. I think if they had done something like the Grand Inquisitor lightsaber or the Fifth Brother, because people know those characters already. Those characters have been in things, whereas Reva is a brand new character, which again, I don't have anything against her. Actually, I liked her. It's just, but also it's really hard for me to be objective about this because there isn't a lightsaber that I would back on a HasLab unless it was the lightsaber from the Starliner thing they've got going on, that the cruise thing that's not a cruise, is basically a hotel. Because that one actually really retract. You can't like swing it around or lightsaber fight with it, but it really extends and retracts. If they did that as a HasLab, I might do that just because of how cool that is, because it really does extend and retract, and that's cool. But there isn't, like, there's literally nobody's lightsaber or helmet or like a Boba Fett bat. There's no role play item that would get me to back it on a HasLab. Oh wow, I'm getting some spam bots. What? That's nuts. Who am I? Am I out of the basement? That's crazy. Aw, I love you too, Lily. That's my wife. The Black Series Snowspeeder is awesome. And you know what? Here's the thing. That was $120. If they, instead of releasing it retail for $120, if they had made it a HasLab and made it $200, $250, even $300, but they used better plastic. They had way better paint apps, more accurate paint apps, a lot more detailing in there, light up effects, like cockpit lights and like lights around, running lights, like they're doing with the His Tank. If they did stuff like with the His Tank on something like the Snowspeeder, I would have backed that no problem. That is something like it's that display piece that I'm looking for. So like the Hiss for me is a display piece. I want something you can turn on your shelf, and it can just look cool sitting there. That's what I want. But yeah, I back the Rancor. I'm still of the opinion that the Rancor was worth the money just by itself. And I know a lot of people don't share that opinion, but for the size, like, this thing's bigger than the His Tank. The His Tank's $300. The freaking the Razor Crest was $300. The the Rancor is bigger than both of those. But the part of the problem, I'm not even blaming fans. It was 100%. It was Hasbro, the Star Wars team, just sucks at marketing the stuff, and that's the problem. Like, so Lily doesn't care about any of the stuff. My wife, who's in chat, she doesn't care about any of this. But I showed her the his tank video they made with the Cobra Commander, basically selling the his tank, and it kind of sold her on it. Like she was in because of that. I don't know. That's what she told me. She might just be being nice or whatever. But whereas when you look at the video they made to announce the Rancor, it was boring. It's just stating facts about it. There's no voiceover. No one's talking. You're just reading text on a screen, and they've sort of animated it to show you the joints and things like that. Like sure, it gets the point across. It does what it needs to do, but there's no panache. There's no flair. Whereas, honestly, the his tank kind of sold me on that flair, because when it got leaked the day before on Hasbro's website, it just said his tank $300, no picture, no information. Someone just accidentally, had it listed for like an hour. So we knew it was coming, exactly how much and what. And I was talking with Dan about this, and I'm like, I'm not sold on a $300 his tank. Like, I don't know if I like his tank enough to drop $300 on it. But when I saw the video, I was like, that's what got me, was that extra flair, that extra panache, I would love an asp to be a stretch goal. I think it's too big. I think we might get like a wag, like one of those like rolling armaments with more missile pods on it or something like that. An asp would be cool. I definitely think one of the tiers is that they specifically mentioned the tow hook. It's got a tow hook to tow something, and there's nothing else for it to tow right now. They're definitely going to have something. Exactly. Gotta love clones. I 100% agree with that. It's the Star Wars team. Like, Eric does a decent job, but there's no one on the Star Wars team that's like a salesperson. There's no one that has that like infectious energy. Whereas Emily and the TVC team does, and Emily on the GI Joe team does, and Lenny definitely does as well. You can feel their energy through the screen. They kind of sell you on that. And there's really not anyone on the Star Wars team in the Black Series side that really does that. But I think, like, for real though, if they did like an ATST, Chicken Walker or whatever, like, it would have to be more than just, oh, here's an ATST. Like, it would have to have a crazy amount of detail, tons of paint apps, lights, something to make it worth that price point, because it's going to be $300 to $350. It's going to be pricey, but I would want to feel like I'm getting my money's worth out of it. Like, I feel like I'm getting my money's worth out of it with the his tank, because I do feel like they put that extra level of, I feel like the secret ingredient was love. I really do. As cheesy as that sounds. That's true. Chris was with me when we talked with Patrick. I forgot about that. He definitely, it's just a job for him, and you could tell, like, he's the person that Hasbro put in charge, the middle manager, the project manager, to be in charge of Star Wars, and that's as far as his love and interest for Star Wars goes. He loves it and is interested in it because he's paid to love it and have an interest in it, and that's it. It's kind of the same thing for my job, honestly, but I have a little bit more professional panache that I like to, I've got my personality, and that's what they hire me for. But like, I make e-commerce videos. I don't care about e-commerce. I don't care about it at all, but I'm paid to care about it. So I do. And, I bring that energy out, but it's kind of the same thing. There's no way they can make a lat. I feel like people don't realize how big a lat is. And Eric specifically told me, like, they're never. Oh, RG, how's it going, man? How you doing? Like they're never gonna do an X-wing HasLab because the wingspan would be 5 feet long. Like that's just it's ridiculous. There's no feasible way to do something like that. A lat is too big. ATST or ATAT, I mean, too big. You know, there's these things that people want because the idea is cool, but the size and cost would be way too prohibitive. No one would back it. Like his tank is already $300 and people are complaining about the price, which again, I get. But like something like that, a lat would be freaking like $1,000 for based on the size and how many figures could fit in it and things like that. There's no way. Yeah, Art, I didn't know you were there too. I was there every day but Friday. I was there Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday. I had a blast. It would have been a lot of fun. I saw Kato dropped his Blitzwing review. So I haven't watched it. I haven't watched any reviews for Blitzwing. I'm slowly trying to figure out how to get this guy. No, there's a guy who does who makes stuff like this on Instagram. Is it Master Razi? He's done a 6-inch scale Naboo fighter, the Mando's Naboo fighter. He's got a like an AT-AT head cockpit, and he's working on a lat, but like they're in scale in that 6-inch scale, way too big. They're huge. He's shown it on camera, but oh, for sure. TVC is going to get all the HasLabs for probably the next 10 years, honestly. It just is what it is. I think the HISS shows that the willingness is there. People can show up for an expensive, high quality 6-inch vehicle if it's the right vehicle, if it's got the right bells and whistles, and it's got the right person selling it. The HISS tank is the most successful HasLab to date in terms of how expensive it was, how many it needed to fund, and how fast it funded. The Sentinel was the same price, but it needed 2,000 less to fund. Galactus, a little bit more expensive, but again, I mean, it needed a little bit more to fund, but it didn't fund until like 3 days before the campaign ended. You know, so based on how many units they sold in one day, it's easily by far the most successful HasLab. So there's a market for it. There are people that are willing to back it. They just have to get the right product, the right thing. They need to find that magic formula like the G.I. Joe team did. LSBC, I 100% agree. It's too big for things like that. But smaller things, I think a Jedi Starfighter or Jedi Interceptor are absolutely fine and the right size. Or like an Anakin Skywalker pod racer or like a Sebulba pod racer. Because here's the thing about that is they're probably not going to do any retail level vehicles in the Black Series again. Again, I talked with Eric about this when I was at Celebration, and you know it's the same thing. People don't buy these things and support them when they come out, like with the Snow Speeder or the Luke's Land Speeder or Rey's Speeder. They wait for them to go on clearance, and then they buy them because they waited so long enough for stores to be like, well, we got to clear this inventory out because it's not moving, and that's when people buy it. And doing that has shown Hasbro that there's no market for that stuff. If you want them to do more stuff, you have to support it at the level it is when it comes out. So that's just one of those things. I mean, I'm guilty of that sometimes. I didn't buy the Enfys Nest Speeder when it first came out. I think I got it when it was $10 or $15 off on sale on Amazon. So instead of $60, I think I got it for like 45 or something like that. But that's the only one I waited on. Again, that was like Solo, and people were kind of Star Wars out when Solo came out, which I regret because Solo I really enjoy, and I really actually do like Infus Nest's character, and I love that speeder bike. It's gorgeous. It's actually right behind me. This thing for $60, like this thing is nuts. This thing's huge. Look at this thing, and there's a lot of great detail and a lot of great paint apps, and the character, the figure is great on it. Like this is good. I did a full review on it. Like it's easily worth the $60 price point, you know. Exactly. Like people and I'm not saying you're a bad person for waiting. What I am saying though is so many people waited for clearance to get these vehicles that the lesson Hasbro took from that is Star Wars fans, Black Series Star Wars fans don't want vehicles because they don't buy them when they release them. Let me Ionicus is going through Transformers withdrawals. Let me see if I can figure out how this guy works. I just want to put him in robot mode. I'm not gonna go into plane mode. Yeah, I figured this would. I don't have to like look at instructions for this stuff because like when you've transformed one transformer, you can kind of get them all. Yeah, you can see tabs where they go, things like that. So. But I'm having fun. Thanks everybody for chatting with me and getting my mind off of things tonight. I had a hard time sleeping last night because my mind was just racing through stuff, and it's nice to. Okay, it looks like this has to fold in, and then it looks like it snaps. Yep, it snaps. All right, I got it. And then that goes in like that. All right. Oops. Miss the old days when Lucasfilm had tons of figures out when the movie was out. I know what you mean. Honestly, I think it's supposed to be like this, but I don't like that. I don't like this, so I might leave that back here for now. I've never watched a video or looked at the instructions. I'm just kind of figuring this out as it goes. But like I said, you know, when you've transformed figure like so many different transformers and figures, you kind of see the tricks they use, and you kind of see there's only so many different ways things can transform, and you see tabs, you see, you know, you see the stuff, and you go, okay, that lines up, and you just kind of you plug it in. You know, it's just one of those things. When you've been around the block, you've been around the block. So those are his legs, and those are good legs. I'll give him that. That's a good leg. Let's see. I gotta figure out. The fist is gonna come out like that. You know, that can't be like that. That doesn't look good. So I gotta figure out. Does that flip around? Yep. And is that? Oh, there we go. All right, that's it. So I'm guessing it goes like. Does that not lock in? Because that's kind of annoying. Always nice to see your videos and reviews. Keep going, Mike. Thanks, Rogelio. That's nice. That's nice of you to say. Again, I took a month off unintentionally. I didn't intend to take all of June off, but I did, and I feel like mentally I'm better for it. So thank you for bearing with me while I did that. Let's see here. Got to figure out. That definitely goes in like that. Okay. So we got this. And I just got to figure out the backpack basically and how that goes. I'm guessing. There we go. Okay. I'm guessing it just kind of goes in like that. and like that. Does it like does it snap in or anything? TJ Miller? All right, I'll take it. I went through a phase where I liked that guy, and then he kind of went crazy, and I think he phoned in a bomb threat at like a train station or a bus station or something. Then like they lowered his they lessened his role in Deadpool 2 and kicked him off Silicon Valley, and I hope he's doing okay. It seems like he's doing okay, I guess, if you're following him. Gotta love Clone says the Hiss is 10 backers away from 12K. That's awesome. I cannot wait to see what tier 3 is. Tier 2 wasn't for me. I don't care about the canopy or the side things, but I'm not mad at it because I know people who didn't back the Hiss because they wanted it to be more retro toy styled like the original toy. And that tier is what got them to back it. So I'm glad that there are people that do that. Man, I will really try. I can't promise anything. Like I said earlier, but when I start, that goes okay. All right, hold on. I see. Okay. I'm working on a Bad Batch figure review right now. Oh, okay, that snaps in. Okay. I'm seeing how this goes in here. I'm working on some stuff right now. I got some things going on. There we go. I think that's it. I think that's Blitzwing in his. I think this comes out. I think you can do, because I think the toy was like this, but I kind of like it without that. I can only say I'll try. That's as far as I can say. I'm working on Bad Batch right now. I've got a Stormtrooper review in the works as well, but I can definitely do more of an off the cuff kind of dirty review for the Obi-Wan stuff. Instead of like a full-on review like I'm doing with the Bad Batch. Again, the Bad Batch, it's going to be a long one because I'm reviewing all 5 figures, you know. Yeah, that sounds like what I would expect from TJ Miller. I honestly feel bad for him. I think he just kind of sucks, and that sucks. Yeah, I get that too. I really do. I like tier 1 better than tier 2, but I wasn't super thrilled with either of them. But again, I was in it on the, like, I just care about the Hiss tank. I don't care about that stuff. I get that. I think I might back a second one. I told Lily, I don't know if she's still listening. Oh, we got more bots. Hold on here. There we go. I'm gonna try to sell some toys basically to pay for. It's not like I can't afford the $300 Hiss tank, but I definitely have a lot of toys to sell, and I just need to sell them. So this gives me like a reason to sell them, basically. So if I can sell enough toys by the end of the campaign, I'm probably gonna back a second one specifically to resell. Because HasLabs always sell for like twice the price you're buying them, you're backing them for. And unlike normal figures that I like, it's not scalping, because when they release a figure, they make so many, they send them out, and if you buy them all, you're taking them away from other people who want them. Whereas with the HasLab, they only make the ones that people buy. So when you're backing it, you're not taking one away from someone. You're actually creating one that would not have existed otherwise. You are literally financing one to be made. So I don't have anything against people backing a HasLab to sell, because if anything, it's just helping the project get more funded. It's just helping people hit those tiers, or if it's having trouble getting funded at all, it's helping the project, reach whatever goal it needs to reach. So I'm all for people buying however many they need to resell or do whatever they want with. I honestly don't care what they do with it, because them buying however many they can helps me get the one that I want. Yeah, we got a lot of bots in here. Yeah, I'm pretty tapped out on, you know what? Let's do this. I got other stuff to open. I bought these. I totally forgot I bought these. And I was reminded of it yesterday or the day before. I haven't opened these yet. I've got Jubilee and I've got Wolverine. I'm pretty out of X-Men Legends. It's just I decided it's something I don't need, but these VHS figures, like that's exactly how they got me, man. This is my jam. I love the X-Men cartoon. I love the aesthetics here. I love the presentation. And even though I already own this Wolverine, I already have it. I think this one looks better. So you're seeing me open it up. Yeah, Gene. It's in a little. If they shipped Star Wars figures like this, honestly, I'd be okay with it. I really would. So I do know. I think we got some new claws here. It's a little warped still, but they did some new kind of thinner claws. He's got. It's the same Wolverine we got in the what was it, Apocalypse Wave. But he's got some like cell shading on him. Kind of right here. There's a couple different tones to give him some depth. Excuse me, I got some burps going on. Yeah, so I've got Jubilee. I've got them all. I've got this whole everyone on pre-order so far, because like I said, this is absolutely my jam. I think I just got a message that Storm is shipping today, or that Storm's coming out, not shipping, but that she's coming out earlier than expected. So also these accessories that it comes with are the newer ones are coming with some crazy accessories, like the what's her face Mystique comes with a baby Nightcrawler. Like, that's rad. So it comes with this picture, which is the best. He comes with some non-clawed gloves there, and he comes with a snarling face. Well, the thing about that is these boxes are designed to look like VHS tapes, and that's something I do love. Like, I love this. VHS tapes, that's crazy. That's funny. I think this is clever. So I like that they did that. That's the kind of thing that, like, I will display the boxes with the figures because it adds to the display. It's like the comic Black Series figures. I have the comic boxes lining behind the shelf because I think they look cool. They're cool pictures. They enhance my display, so I'm in on that. See if I can get him in a cool pose here. We definitely, though, if we're gonna get him in a cool pose, I think we need his snarling face. Legally speaking. Oh, come on. There it goes. All right. I think he's got some butterfly joints there. Let's get it. Let's get some knee bending action going on. Let's get this one forward and this one back. Maybe what? Maybe back? Maybe what? Maybe down? What? It's hard to like pick. There we go. That's it. Just kind of move stuff around until something tickles your fancy here. I think that looks pretty good. Get his shoulders in there. Yeah, I like that. That's not bad. Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree with that, honestly, but it's going to happen. It's going to 1138. 1138, absolutely. Yeah, that's kind of what I was going for. I was going for like a classic like 90s pose going on. Something like that. Yeah. You know, I didn't get any of the live action X-Men Marvel Legends they did. They all looked good, but I was at the point where I was running out of room for toys, and you know, I had to start picking and choosing what I wanted to collect and what was important to me. And as cool as I'm gonna bend them at the top of the knee, as cool as those figures and as good as they looked, and as the likenesses were actually really good, I had to make a choice. So yeah, he's got we got some alternate heads here, like that. Snarling, not snarling. We got some alternate fists. And then again, the piece de resistance is the picture, and the picture opens up. Yep. So if you want to, you can actually change this picture here to be whatever you want. But I'm going to keep it like this because, you know, that's what it is. Yeah, the extra little stylized, it's trying to look animation, like it's from the animation, but it's not cell shady enough. It's an interesting choice for that deco for sure. But they're all like that. So I'm eventually like, I've got the Jean Grey on order. I've got the only one I'm not super looking forward to is the Mr. Sinister. I got the other Mr. Sinister. And it just, I don't know, like as much as Mr. Sinister is kind of cool, I don't know if I care that much about Mr. Sinister to have two, but I've got it on order because keep messing around with that. You got to have him kind of hunched over. I feel like Wolverine, he's a short, small guy, but he also he hunches and skulks a lot. But yeah, Mr. Sinister, I'm not super looking forward to, but I definitely I want to get him to have that homogenized look between all of my X-Men's, and I definitely I want his VHS tape to, because I'm gonna line them up on the shelf. So there's that. MCU Cable also looks real good. I agree. Well, it's not MCU, but the dead. Where's MCU now? Because they're retconning things in. I don't even know anymore. It's really hard to to figure that stuff out. Let's do the same thing. Well, let me put the stuff up actually. Let's I'm gonna put the accessories back in the bag. I actually have my accessory. My accessory box is right below this desk right here, but it's actually full. I've got accessories for different properties in bags, sandwich bags, and things like that in a plastic bin. But it is now packed to the brim with organized accessories. So I need to probably get another one. But then I'm going to have two, and it's going to be like, oh, which accessory bin is it in now? When I'm looking for something. So it's going to be hard. I hate these. I hate this. I don't like that. I always toss them. Let's get Jubilee out here because I've also got Jubilee. I have not seen that. Absolutely. Yeah, Wolverine skulking is mood. Yeah, it's his everyday mood for sure. So yeah, let's take a look at Jubilee here. Does a mall baby eat chili fries? I guess Jubilee. Oh, I'm actually really enjoying Miss Marvel. I thought Miss Marvel was kind of fun. I mean, it's. I think you just watched episode 4, so the whole story isn't out yet. But I'm really enjoying the. I don't know, the quirkiness of the effects and the camera work and stuff. I think it's fun. There we go. I ripped my bag trying to get these accessories out. So we have, okay, I like this better. So we have the glasses molded into the head. Because I do have the other Jubilee, and she came with a bunch of different kinds of glasses, and none of them really fit on the head super well. And yeah, because they come with like glasses like that, but more of a clear kind of style. Yeah, this paper tears. I'm not a fan of that. But I guess it's doing its job. So in the end, it's going to be out of the paper. So who cares? What I do wish they did, though, was do the new pinless joints. And I know the original one didn't have it. I get it. But like, because the problem with legs like this is they tend like it's warped out of the box. Like it's kind of bow legged. And I can fix it. You just got to heat it up. But it's kind of normal. It's not it's normal for this, but it's kind of a bummer, I guess is what I mean. And if they'd done the new pinless joints, it doesn't have that problem. I think we'll get a Cyclops. I don't think we'll get a Psylocke. I don't think Psylocke was Psylocke in the cartoon? I don't think she was. Beast will probably get. I'm positive we'll get a Cyclops. And I really hope they do the legs like they're doing on Morph where it's molded, because I have the original Cyclops. Yeah, I'm definitely using this head. I like this head a lot better for sure. All right. I also like that this comes with effects like this, whereas the original one came with those weird circular ones, like the sparkly ones. I wasn't a huge fan of those, so I like effects like this. to kind of show off her powers. Oh, chosen one. You are a bold one. You know, so I never completed the Build-A-Figure Apocalypse. I got most of it. I'm missing the head. I lost Wolverine's tubes, the tubes he came with at some point. I think I'm missing like one arm, one leg, and the head, and the tubes because I lost them at some point. And when they showed off that new Apocalypse in the retro carded, I was like, fine, I'll get it. I'm afraid that they will come out with. I'm afraid they'll come out with an Apocalypse this style in this box. I'm really terrified of that because it's gonna mean I'm gonna have to buy another Apocalypse. And I really hope they don't, at least not for a while. But like if they do a Sabretooth, they do another Rogue. I never got the reissue Rogue with the better face, the Target exclusive one. I never got the Gambit from that either because I already had those figures when they originally came out. I just didn't want to buy them again. But if they do them in this VHS kind of line, I will get them again. Because again, I want this sort of cell shady two-tone paint job stuff. It looks bad when there's just one figure with it, but if they all have it, it's more of like it's just part of the line. It's more homogenized. So I'm okay with that. Oops. Oh, come on. Get in there. There we go. Because again, for me, this packaging is part of the deal. I love this. Having it look like a VHS tape. That's my jam. That's absolutely my jam. So yeah, we got Jubilee. Dun 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 dun. Anyway, hey Mark, thanks for hanging out. It was really nice of you. Yeah, I guess I could try some nail polish remover or whatever to try to take off the cell shading, but it honestly doesn't super bother me. What does bother me though is like this. Her waist is like really freaking skinny. Look at this thing. Is the original like that? Hold on. I guess it kind of is. It's the same figure. I just didn't notice before. Yeah. What I do like, I like the bubblegum face. I do like this bubblegum face. I forgot that she had the bubblegum. I might actually swap this face out for the bubblegum face. The problem is the stupid glasses do not stay on very well. Like they don't look good, which is what I liked about this is the glasses are molded on in place. But man, I don't like missing out on the there we go. Get above the eyes there. No, stay on. I think they're supposed to peg in. There's like little. They're supposed to like slide into slots or something to stay, but they just don't want to. But I love I love the bubble gum coming off of her mouth like that because that's very Jubilee. Interesting. There are differences. The boots on here are way higher. She's got these little shorter boots. That's interesting. Yeah, I think even though I like these effects better than the circular ones that this one came with, I don't think that these are the proper effects to really show off her powers, because like her powers are literally like they're like little plasma bursts or whatever, but they look like fireworks, which is why she goes by Jubilee. Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know. There are differences, but not that much. Also, I feel like this head sticks way too far up on that neck. It's not going down. I feel like this it's not sitting down enough. But that's as far down as it goes. I never noticed that before, because on here it's sitting on the shoulders and neck properly. And this one on here, there's like a huge gap, but it doesn't go down further. Oh man, I never noticed that before. That kind of sucks. Huh. I wonder, let me see if this head works on this one. Let's see. Just curious. Yeah, it's the same kind of thing where there's a huge gap up there. I do like the bubble gum though. Does it come out? I don't want to break it, but it definitely spins and it moves. I'm worried about breaking it. Yeah, I feel like maybe that this needs to be like dremeled out more in here to accommodate the ball joint, because it's you're hearing the pop, like it's popping in. It's just not sitting properly on the neck. That's very interesting. That's definitely how it's supposed to sit. Yeah, she's got kind of gummy legs. That's an issue with thinner legged people like this. So, and it's not just girls, but like just the teenage body boys and things like just people with super skinny legs. They tend to warp and bend over time. Not a huge fan. But yeah, I also do like the shorter boots here. I wonder why they changed that. I wonder if that's just more accurate. Might be more accurate to the show, because I know they're going for more show aesthetics on this. All right. We've opened a couple toys here. They opened up my blitzwing. Let's put some weapons in his hands. So he's got a couple blasters, 2 of the same blasters here. He's got a sword. Transformation was decent. I figured out how to get him into robot mode pretty easily without needing instructions. I think I've got everything. I don't think I missed any steps. I think there are some things like you can flip this forward if you want to, because again, that's how the toy was. But I don't like that. I think I like this better. And the same thing up here. I think you can flip these wings out if you want to, because again, I think the kind of the toy had that, maybe animation model, but I think I like it better not flipped out. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, he doesn't have any like hollowness or anything. Yeah, I know the gloves were yellow on the show. That's one of the things they changed to make more show accurate, is the yellow gloves instead of the whatever it was, blue or purple. Probably blue. I'm colorblind. I'm pretty sure the colors here are more accurate. I just never noticed her boots. Like I like these boots better than these boots, basically. That's all. But if this is more show accurate, I mean, let's look it up. I got a phone. Let's see. Jubilee X-Men the animated series. If I spell animated right. All right. I mean, it's hard to tell. Yeah, I guess they are longer boots. So I guess that is more accurate there. Yeah. Yeah, that's why they did it then, because it's more accurate. All right, that makes sense. I'm not going to Celebration in Europe. No, it's too far away. I went to Celebration here in Anaheim because I live in Southern California as well. But no, I can't make the Europe one. Sorry, it'd be cool. I love meeting people. Do I speak Spanish? Mi español es muy mal, más o menos. I took 2 years of Spanish in high school 20 years ago, and I brushed up on it working with the general public in Southern California. But for the most part, mi español no es bueno. I remember right out of high school, I was working at KB Toys in the mall, and I did have a gentleman come up to me and start speaking Spanish. And I looked at him and said, "Oh, no me habla español, lo siento mucho." And my boss was like, "Did you just tell that guy you didn't speak Spanish and you were very sorry in Spanish?" And I was like, "Yeah, it's one of the phrases I know to say." You know. Oh, thank you. Again, I live in Southern California, so I hear Spanish a lot, and I do like I can follow it kind of, but I'm not super confident with speaking back and conjugating verbs and things like that properly, like with the regular verbs and remembering what gets what. So it's like talking with Chewbacca, where I can kind of understand it when I'm hearing it. With like Hans, people can understand Chewbacca when he speaks Shriruk or whatever the Wookiee language is, but no one speaks back in that language. They all just speak in their own language. So that's kind of James Stoke. How's it going? I'm glad you've got insomnia too. I don't necessarily have insomnia. Although I did have trouble sleeping last night, but my goal tonight, I'm staying up for a long time because this night 2 years ago, I stayed up with my brother all night, and it's just kind of like I did it last year too, where it's just kind of a tradition that I do now. And I figured, you know what, let's do it. Why not? Let's do it. What I do want to do, I've wanted to transform this back into a robot for a long time. And I've been waiting for a live stream to do it. And you know what? We're gonna do it. We're gonna transform. I'm gonna see if I remember how to transform this back into a robot, because I got this back in January or February, maybe. I transformed it one time each way, and then it's been so long now, I don't know if I remember how. I'm gonna go ahead. You don't have to remove these, but I'm going to, because it's gonna be easier to do it without them being in the way. Yep. Rhino, tonight's the night. Tonight, there's only you tonight. He does have some landing gear if you want. I've been having it on the stand that he comes with, which is actually a pretty nice stand. He also comes with like some blast effects and stuff. So that's kind of neat. I'm not gonna pull landing gear out. I don't know why I'm doing that. I'm gonna see if I remember how to get him in robot mode. One of the things I don't like about this jet mode, the jet mode looks okay, but like he has a faux cockpit, and this just covers that faux cockpit when in plane mode, and I'm not the biggest fan of that. Oh man, okay, let's see here. Where do you even start? All right, I guess we'll start like that. That's where we're gonna start. All right. Let's get this all the way out here. Oh wow, okay. So right off the bat, we're all, going from alt mode to robot mode is always a lot easier. Hi. Oh, kitten. Oh, did you want to get in here? Oh, poor kitten. Meow. Hi, come here, baby. Come here. Did you miss me? Is that the problem? Callie's in bed. Yeah. Hi. Come here. Okay, or don't. All right. Well, as long as you behave, you can be in here, okay? Yeah, leave it open. It's fine. Oh, is Callie out of bed? All right. She doesn't want to miss out on the party. All right. I see. There she is. All right. This is how it's, and now, so they got in, they walked around, and now they just wanted to make sure this room was still here, and that's it. Oh, poor little girl. Oh, of course. Thank you. Okay, let's see if I can figure. Sorry about that, guys. Let's see. Chris, I also think Blast Effects will be a tier for the His Tank. I would be very surprised if it wasn't. Oh, I'm sorry your cat's not doing that well. And it's one of those things, man. 14 years is I mean, cats can get older than that. But Yeah, that's not old. All right, let's I think it just comes down like that. All right, that comes out like that. That comes out like that. I'm trying to remember how this goes. And I think this folds in like this. I know this comes up and I think around like this. And kind of slides. Oh, this comes out. That's what it is. And then it slides in. Let's see. There we go. Slides in like that. And that is, and then this comes, I think this just comes up like that. All right. So we have the foot there. I feel like, oop, I'm knocking over everything because it's flopping around. I feel like it's not staying in super well. Is it pegging? It pegs in the back. That's why. All right, I see. And then I think I need that to come in forward a little bit better so it pegs into there. So there's a peg here and there's a peg back here. There we go. Okay. So that's one leg done. Do you say por nada or de nada? Or is that just a difference between like maybe like Mexican Spanish and like Spanish? Because I know there are differences. And like even like Portuguese. Well, Portuguese is a completely different language. It's just kind of a little bit of similarities. Kind of like Italian also has some similarities because they're Latin-based languages. But I'm because I always say de nada when I say, when you say thank you. Yeah, these are masterpiece transformers. So their whole thing. So you could say both. Okay, gracias. Yeah, the whole thing here with these, James, is that they are more complicated than figures were when we were kids, because they're trying to go for the whole classic cartoon look and being as accurate as possible in every mode. There we go. And then that goes in and that plugs. Oops. I got to make sure that comes out so everything's got to fit into the right place, because it's pretty snug in there. What's stopping it? You don't want to force anything, that's for sure. There we go. Forcing things means things are gonna break, so you don't want to force things. Let's see. Let's get that out of the way. I think this has got to come out, and this is gonna flip down, so it fills out the side there. So again, there's like a spot in here, and it just kind of comes out, and then it flips down. So again, it kind of fills in the side there. What's up? What's up, Matt? How you doing? Yeah, basically, I rotate stuff through. I've got like my Star Wars figures right behind me. If I run out of space, I have to find more space. I do kind of rotate things in and out with those, but for the most part, I want to have the entire collection on display. But things like Transformers, I typically either only have my favorites out or I have the most recent stuff out. With things like I've got shelves of like Mythic Legions and GI Joes and whatnot. Right now, they're good confined to their own shelf, but that's gonna unfortunately have to change at some point. And honestly, I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do when that happens. I really don't know what I'm gonna do when that happens. I don't remember how these wings go. I know the back opens up, which is pretty cool, and there's a lot of cool detailing in here. And I know like these fold in like this, and I think like this comes in like this and flips around. So like, and then I think it just kind of hangs out over it like that. So everything kind of fits in there. But I'm also pretty sure that somehow oh dude, thanks for the super chat, man. That's super nice of you. You didn't have to do that. And Orion's here. What's up, Ryan? Yeah, you know what's funny about that is my wife is cool enough to know that, you know, there's only two of us. We wouldn't mind making a small human at some point, but so far that's not happened. But we have an extra room for a toy room for me, and it's super nice of her to do that because, you know, she doesn't have to, for sure. Oh man, there's got to be. I can see like there's hinges here. Darth Muzza, how's it going, man? How's it going? Let's see. There's hinges here, so I know this has got to bend somehow. There's a hinge here. This comes down, but somehow the whole wing assembly has to rotate this way. Okay. Okay. So that came around like that, and then okay, there we go. Okay, so it comes up like that. There we go, and that's what gives it. That's what makes it pop up like so. Okay, and then I think this is gonna come down like that. Okay, there we go, and then this comes out further like this, and then this little peg is gonna peg into one of these things right here, and that's what locks this whole thing in like that, and then that's going to fold in like that. So that's the wing assembly basically transformed in the back, so it's all kind of tucked away like it should. And then I think there's a little peg right here, and then there's a hole right there, and they're gonna slide, they're gonna peg right in like that. There we go. Boom, boom, baby. Small humans often steal. That's funny. Any recent book recommendations? Honestly, so I'm trying to think. I have been reading. I just finished reading the last Expanse book. I really like the Expanse a lot. If you're looking for a fun sci-fi kind of Game of Thronesy, but you know, finished, so the story is done, the Expanse is great. I'm reading. You know what? Kings of the Wild. Read Kings of the Wild. That's the book I have for you now. I thoroughly enjoyed both Kings of the Wild and the sequel book Bloody Rose. It's fun. Centurion's Corner, Steve, how you doing, man? It's been a while. So let's see if I can remember how this went. This This folds in like this and comes out. That folds in like that. Okay, this folds out like that. This comes up and around like that. Okay, all right, we're getting it. This folds out like that. The for people just joining us, I haven't transformed this. I've only transformed it once into this plane mode, and that was like 2 or 3 months ago. So I don't remember what I'm doing or how I'm doing or why I'm doing. So I'm transforming this masterpiece Skywarp kind of from memory, but faulty memory of only doing it once and then just trying to figure it out puzzle wise. Point of order, Ryan. Wild is spelled with a Y. If you want a little book synopsis real quick, essentially the world it takes place in, adventurers are like rock stars. So like they're like bands of adventurers, but the world treats them like rock bands. So they have like groupies and things like that. And it centers around like the most legendary adventurer bands. So it's kind of like fantasy, you know, where like they fight monsters, trolls, things like that. Basically the daughter of the lead person from that, they've been broken up for a while, and the daughter of the lead person, his daughter gets kidnapped by or is in trouble from like this. She's trying to be her own band and fighting things, you know, whatnot. And she's in trouble. So he tries to get his buddies back together after not being together for a long time to go rescue her. And it's really interesting world building because like you're introduced to it and the world's like way established. Like they've gone on tons of adventures. But you know, they're past their prime, they're past their glory days. They've all kind of settled down and done different things. So you're kind of learning about the backstories and things from meeting up again and whatnot. It's interesting. I enjoyed it thoroughly. In fact, talking about it right now makes me want to go back and re-listen to it. I really, really enjoyed it. My favorite band, my favorite band changes, but I think overall I would say a band called Failure is my favorite band. You'll often see me wear shirts. I have one shirt actually of theirs, but they're playing up in LA soon. And my buddy Zach, who I do bots and shots with, who introduced me to Failure, we might go up and see it. Ryan, I know Ryan got my ticket because I was gonna go see them when they were in San Diego back at the beginning of June, but I couldn't make it. So I gave my ticket to Ryan, and Ryan went to go see them, and it looked like he had a fun time. Yeah, it's exactly we have to get the band back together, kind of thing. Definitely a fun story. So let's see if I'm mostly done. Like I'm mostly done with this, but I have to remember how this nose cone transforms because we have the head is back in here, and I think I remember. I think no, it doesn't open. This does open. There's like a radar dish or whatever in there. There's like something from the cartoon. This I think this whole thing actually like turns around somehow. I think this opens. This folds in. There we go. Okay. All right. Okay. We're getting somewhere. I think this turns around. Let's see. I like 90s music the best. 90s to like early mid thousands. I know this turns. Like I know it does, but I'm terrified. There it goes. I think you do have to turn that. You do have to do the nose cone. Okay, that's it. So that's how that goes. Okay, I'm getting it. We're getting it. We're doing it together, everyone. We're doing it together, and that's what's important. All right, and I think this is supposed to like the whole thing like basically crumples up into here. So we're almost there. We're getting it. I've just got to figure out. I just opened up the new like VHS X-Men pack, and I wanted to compare it to the original Jubilee I had on my shelf. So there's some differences there, but not too many, but enough to make it, cartoon accurate, I guess. I also opened up the new Wolverine as well from that set. Oh no. It's got like a crack or a scratch on my on the cockpit there. That sucks. Man, okay. I gotta figure this out. I gotta figure this out here. I think that's right. I think it goes just like this. And this comes down like this. And I think the whole thing just swings around and tucks in. But it's not doing it. Oh man. Oh goodness. All right. No, that's not gonna work. How do I get this back out? Oh, don't be stuck. Come on. All right. All right. All right. How do we do this? How is this gonna work? It's gotta make sure that like nothing. I don't want to break anything. So you don't want to force anything. There it goes. Okay. Whoo. All right. There we go. The other jet is his seeker mate. This is Thundercracker. So this is Skywarp. This is Thundercracker. Typically, in the original toy, they're basically the same toy, just a different color. But what I have done in my infinite wisdom is I have bought different versions of these characters to give them just different, just different kind of a reason to have different versions of the character, basically. Like I didn't want the same toy 3 times. That goes up like that. All right. So I bought, and I think this goes up here, and it's supposed to clip in somehow. But instead of buying the same figure 3 times, I bought different versions of the figure. Of the figures, I guess, from different companies because they transform differently. This has got to clip in somehow. It can't just sit back there. That wouldn't make much sense. Oh no, I think it pegs in. Oh, it pegs in under here is what this does. That's what it does. It pegs in. I think it's supposed to peg in like this, and then that comes down there. That's what it is. Okay. And then I think, oops, this goes down there. There we go. And I think this is supposed to go back like, is this supposed to go back like that? Oops. I don't know if I like that. I think I like that better. I don't know if it's supposed to go like that or like back here. What looks better? I don't think that looks right. I think it goes like that. I think it goes. I think that looks right. That looks right. I think that looks right. I don't know. I'll have to look it up. And then the fists come out like so. $3:30 in the morning in Michigan, and you're hungry. It is 12:30 here, and you know what? I'm hungry too. I had Burger King for dinner because that's what my brother and I had when we were. It was his last meal was Burger King, which is that's kind of a sucky last meal. Every time I get it, like 2 years in a row, I always think like that's a shitty last meal. I'm sorry that was your last meal, dude. Anyways, okay. And then of course we have to get his blasters ready. So these are the blasters in missile mode, and I think this comes up and the whole thing flips out like that. And then it becomes a longer gun, which is actually pretty cool. So the same thing here. So we flip this up like that, flip that out, flip it back down, and then you get a longer gun. All right, so we're gonna pop that there. Pop that there. There we go. I think that's it. I think that's Skywarp. I need to push that up all the way. There we go. That's Skywarp in his robot mode now. It's decent. Like it's the back's pretty clean. The way it tries to solve some of the issues that a lot of figures have, like what do you do with the back tail fins? This one decided to flip them around because the original Masterpiece version that came out, everything just kind of hangs out down here, and it looks really messy, and it's not very cartoon accurate because in the cartoon they just had legs, like there wasn't a bunch of what they call kibble down here. Kibble is the extra leftover bits. Some kibble's okay, like wing kibble here is okay because you're supposed to know that this is a plane and he's supposed to have wings, so you know that he's a plane. But like some of this other stuff gets left on in some cases, you got to figure out a thing to do with it. So in this case, for the Masterpiece, they decided to hide it up here in the wing, which is interesting. Whereas I don't know if I'm going to transform this one tonight. This one is vastly more complicated. Oh, Darth Riley. I have been to Mexico. I've been to Tijuana because San Diego is right next to Tijuana. I've had Mexican food there, but I feel like San Diego's so close to Mexico. We basically do have Mexican food, like actual Mexican food here. So I'm really happy with the San Diego Mexican food. We got carne asada, which I adore. Although I will say I don't like cilantro. I've got whatever that gene is that makes cilantro taste awful. I can't help that. And it usually means like I don't like guacamole because there's a lot of cilantro in it, and I don't like the mushy texture of guacamole. And I know that kind of precludes me from from being enjoying real Mexican food because those are very big staples for proper Mexican food, and I understand that. But yeah, I do love I've had cabeza. I'm not a huge fan of it, but I do like adobada a lot. That's delicious. I think I can go for some adobada right now. Yeah, it's not the lemon. It just tastes like soap. Whenever there's a little cilantro in anything, if there's any cilantro in it, it's all I can taste. And it's not good. I mean, it's not good for me, I guess, is what I should say. No, I don't know if I'm gonna, like I said, I'm not gonna if I'm gonna do this because this is a lot more complicated. But for instance, the way it figures out what to do with these is they actually fold up here in the legs, which is really well done. And it also makes it a lot more complicated. Man, you know what? Why not? Let's do it. Let's see if I can remember how to do this. El Pastor is real good. I do like El Pastor, that's for sure. Let's see if I can remember this. This one's gonna be a lot crazier than the one you just saw. It's also a little bigger. Like this guy's actually pretty short, but you'll see, I guess. One of the things that I do like about this is this is the cockpit for the jet mode, and it slides in here. So it also becomes the cockpit for the robot mode, whereas this on this version is like a faux cockpit. So I appreciate that it's like a faux cockpit. Before we move on, these also kind of transform a little bit, and that's kind of neat. It's a little different though. I think first of all, I have a part separator here. So because one of the things about doing these transformers, especially the third party ones, it'll wreck your fingers for sure. Like, come on. Get in there. It's not a knife. It's literally just a thin piece of plastic. What this is for in reality, come on. What this is for is separating iPad and phone screens. But it's not getting in there. Come on, man. Oh, am I doing the wrong end? I might be doing the wrong end. I might need to actually be doing it from this side. Yep, I was doing it from the wrong end, so that's okay. I'm glad I didn't. I'm glad I didn't do it because this actually it rotates on this axis. It doesn't actually it doesn't pop out. So I'm glad that I didn't try that too hard. Like I said, it's been a long time since I've transformed these. And that pops out a little bit there. So that's one gun down. And then there we go. See, that's working so much better. That's why you never try to force things, because forcing, if it's not going like it should, that means something's wrong. You don't want to force it. All right, so that's that. Oh boy. All right. I'm trying to, okay. Now what's interesting about this is done by a company called Deformation Wing. That's the name. No, Deformation Space or Deformation Wing. I think it's Deformation Space. But I'm pretty sure, because what's interesting about third-party companies is a lot of them are the same company, but under different names for copyright reasons. Because this is third party. This is not their property. They're making unique toys. It's not a knockoff, because like this doesn't exist. This as it is right here doesn't exist officially anywhere else. They invented this transformation, the engineering, that's theirs, but the character, the likeness is not. But I'm pretty sure it's the same company as Transform Element, because the level of engineering and transformation complexity is kind of the same. Yeah, I just actually transformed the Top Gun Maverick the other day, and it's really not, it's not a good toy. And that it sucks. It sucks that it's not a good toy, because it should be. I'm just trying to remember where to start with this. Like, do I start up here? Do I start down here? Once you get it started, you can usually kind of get the ball going, because it, like, one thing kind of snowballs into another. But finding that first place to sort of crack, that's the key here. So let's go ahead. Let's get these out of here. Okay. So we got the wings. That's it. All done. What do you think? What's interesting is the arms. His arms are actually inside his legs. The way they tuck into the legs is very, very interesting. So let's see. Maybe there we go. We'll get the legs kind of the ball rolling here. I think there we go. There we are. Okay. All right. So yeah, these are his arms all the way back here in the back of the plane. And the legs are hollow because a lot of stuff fits inside of them. What's up, Lowell? How's it going? Let's see. I think we have to deal with this up here to get the arms out of the way. So I think we have to do stuff up here to get that done. Oh, you know what? I remember now. We're supposed to start with this. I think I'm supposed to start with this right here. There we go. Yeah, these are the legs, and these open up. Okay. We're gonna pop that open here. Like that. There we go. Okay. 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 It's done. What do you think? I'm gonna say that a lot because I think it's funny. let's go ahead. Now that I've got this going on, I think I can do the legs here. I think this is all now kind of a separate piece. So let's get the legs done and out of the way. So this is going to come down and fold in like that. This is going to fold in like this. I think this. Let's see. I think this is supposed to go in and around. All right. And that folds up, but we're not going to do that yet. This whole thing, I think it's supposed to go like that first. And then I think that goes in. And that comes in like that. Okay, so that's how that goes. In this nice little kind of clump. And yeah, then it folds in like this. And then and then the whole thing kind of comes around and goes like that. And then that so it's kind of tucked all in right here. And what's interesting is this bit of the tail fin becomes like the inner part of the leg, which is this is in the way. It comes like the inner part of this leg. And I think that's really interesting how it does that. Not even paying attention to everybody talking here. You guys talking about watching a dodgy movie on Netflix while watching Mike. That's fun. B grade with dubbing. Oh, wow. And people are talking about model kits. You know, I've been thinking about doing, yeah, it kind of does have a Gerwalk mode. I've been thinking about doing another model kit. I've got a couple Gundams and I've got some of the Transformer model kits. I've been thinking about doing them on here now that I have this kind of set up like this. Let's see. I think this needs to come in. There we go. All right. That comes out like that. That comes out like that. And then I need to figure out. I think the bottom of this is supposed to peg into that. And this is all metal, by the way. It's all die cast. Oh, nope. Come on. You can do it. Get in there. You know what's sad is getting this in is the easy part. Getting it back out is actually the hard part. There we go. And that comes back there. I think. And then I think we're actually getting pretty done here. This has got to fold into that. This is going to fold into that and that fold. This is an interesting little bit. This part right here, it has to fold down like this to fit flush in plane mode. And then you fold it back to complete this part of the leg in robot mode. And I think that's kind of fun. And then that comes up. And I think that's one leg done like so. Although I feel like, no, I feel like that's it. I think that's it. One leg done. What do you think? Let's do this end. So first we're going to flip this around. We're going to flip this in here. This is going to come in here like that, and that's going to come up like that. The whole thing going to flip around like this. And then it's going to come in like that. All right. This is going to come out like this. We're going to make the foot into a foot. That went in a lot easier now that I've done it before and kind of remembered how it went. This whole thing pushes up. Oops. There we go. That fits in snugly there. That fits in there. That goes in like that. This tail thruster fits back there as the heel. And then this part, oops, pops up like that. Hi. Can't open what? Oh, the medicine? Okay. Give me just 1 second. Hi, kitten. Okay. Gotcha. I'm staying up all night. Stay with me. No, don't. You're gonna take this medicine and go sleep. I'll be right. I love you too. Not right now. You can leave the door open. Hi. Hi there. The kitten wanted to say hi. Hi there, the kitten. Yeah. What you doing? Come here. Be a little baby. No, be a little baby. You like being a little baby. Okay, go on. All right. Oh, is Darth Riley leaving? See you, Darth Riley. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. I'm probably gonna go once I'm done getting this in robot mode. But who knows? I'm not gonna be sleeping anytime soon. So it is what it is. Oh yeah, thank you. I will. Yeah, I know. I will. All right. Let's see. I'm trying to remember how this goes. That comes off like this. That comes in like that. That's his butt right there. That's his crotch right there. All right. All right. This is where it gets like the legs are the easy part. This is where it gets kind of crazy. I'm gonna fold that in. The this, let's see, this part. This is like the arm swivel. It needs to like swivel around and face the other way. And the problem is the figure gets in its own way. All right. All right. Let's see. There we go. You get it though. Once you get it, once you've done it a couple times, and I've actually transformed this a couple times, unlike the masterpiece one I just did before, the official one. I've only done that one once. This one I've done a couple times. Yeah, I like transform elements build quality too. It feels solid. Like I don't feel like anything's gonna break. Everything feels really good. I also love the feel of the plastic. It's got like a soft feel to it. I like that a lot. Mike, is that because of the memory of your bro or just a racing mind? Everything's a little bit of both, honestly. We got some spam bots here. Boom, done. All right. All right. I'm trying to remember how all of this goes. I think everything's supposed to kind of flip up. Like so. Not much, man. Yeah, I've been streaming for about like 3 hours now. Just kind of got stuff going on tonight mentally, so I just wanted to mess around with some toys and talk to some cool people while I do it. And so if you're here, you're a cool person. Popped Heat, how you doing? I feel like it's interesting. People leave and then new people come constantly. If you're watching this, I'm streaming this on pretty much everything. I'm streaming this on my YouTube channel. I'm streaming this on my Twitch. I'm streaming this on Facebook. I think in the future I might just keep things to Twitch and YouTube. I don't know why I added Facebook. I just did it to do it. Because I don't want people just randomly adding me on Facebook. No offense to people I don't know, but like that one's for like people I do know for the most part, or like interact with on a regular basis. But like Twitch and all that, I don't care. That's more normal, I suppose. Let's see here. This whole thing's gotta kind of come up and out. Blame Bandai for your Black Series edition. As soon as you finally scaled together, he hasn't stopped 200 plus Black Series in 2 years. That is crazy. It's not that late for me. I live in California. I guess it's 1 a.m. I guess that is kind of late now that you mention it. So sure, you're not wrong. Oh, come on. I'm really trying not to break this. Like I kind of know how it goes. Pretty sure it has nothing to do with the landing gear. That's his head right there. All right, Chris. Hey, you have a good camping trip. All right, man. Thanks for hanging out. I'm not going to go too much longer, but I do want to transform this guy. Like at this point, it's kind of It's a matter of pride more than anything. I know this whole thing pops off of this. I'm just trying to remember if there are any steps that I have to do before, because again, I don't want to break anything. There we go. Okay, so I released that. That's good. I got that around, and that is that's good of that. So I have that released. And then that comes down like that. Okay. So we're getting there. Dude, I totally get procrastinating work. 100% understand that. All right. Let's see. I think. Uh-oh. All right, come on. How do we get this head out? Does this split apart now? Or does it split apart later? Does this come up now? That's it. That's what was keeping it together. All right, there we go. That's the problem I was having. And then the tip of these nose cones flip around into here. All right. We're getting it. Is Immortal Hulk too big for Legends? I honestly have no idea. I really don't follow that. So unfortunately, I'm not the best person to ask. There we go. Okay. So I know. Oh, I think, does this turn around? Does this turn around? I think this whole thing turns around. I think it goes, yeah. Trying to keep this on camera, but also trying to do this from memory, and also, trying not to break anything. So you'll have to excuse me if it's not all perfectly lined up on camera here. I'm doing my best. Okay. We're getting there. This is looking right for what I remember here. This is looking right. So again, it's kind of interesting what they do with the nose cone here is it splits apart and kind of hides in the chest. Oh, Ken, hey, that's very nice of you. Thank you for giving me some monies there. That's, no one has to do that, but I'm not mad when people do. It definitely goes out to help. So for sure. Albert, hey, thanks for hanging out, man. It was fun talking to you. I'm glad that you were here. All right. So I think there's one step I'm missing here. I think this whole assembly has to like spin around. And to do it properly, I think I have to close this. And I don't think I have the clearance with, I think I missed the step I was supposed to do that in, because I don't think I have the clearance for doing it right now. Oh man, did I mess this up? Let's see if I can fix this without having to like redo things I've already done, because I don't want to do that if I can help it. But yeah, this whole assembly right here is supposed to flip around this way, and this right here is in the way of doing that. And it's supposed to just go around like this. Maybe I'll just do it like that. Maybe I'll just close it as it is right here. Okay, so we can do this, and then we'll just kind of flip it around like this. There we go. Okay, that wasn't so bad. That worked out. I think goes like, I think this butt part goes like this. I don't know if the big side goes out or the small side goes out, but it definitely has a side like that. Okay, so that part definitely comes around here and goes up. Okay, we just need to do the same on this side like that. Okay, that worked out super well. Didn't even have to do anything weird. Okay, let's do big side out, maybe. Okay, this comes out like this. This comes out. Kitten. She's stealing cardboard out of my Transformers box. All right. I think maybe does it actually go like this? I think it actually goes big side down. I think that's actually how it goes. Okay. Maybe not. I don't know. Oh, shoot. No wonder it's not closing right. Okay, hold on. I'm missing a flap right here. I'm missing a flap right here, and that opens up space. Let me get this part separated here. Come on. Good morning, Mr. B. Yes, I am pulling an all-nighter. Absolutely am. And you're here with me. There we go. Okay. There, that fills in a lot of those gaps there. Like that. And then this comes down like so. Kitten, hey. No. You're being very naughty right now. Stop it. Yeah, I think I've got this back flap on the wrong way. And I'm a little scared about fixing it because it's tight now. So let's get this back up and around. Let's see if we can undo it a little bit like that. All right, we'll flip that around. I guess the big side does go out. There we go. Okay, I think that yeah, that's right. That's feeling better. Okay. So now just got to get these around here like that. And then this arm comes around here, and these little pieces come up and form like the top of the chest, like that. So it all looks real solid there, like that. Okay, and then these come down. These fold back. They just fold back. They're not hidden or anything. They just fold back like that. And then we get the fists out like so. And then we get these gun pieces pegged in like that. And like this. And boom, that's deformation space, whatever they call Thundercracker, because this is Thundercracker. And again, this is the official Masterpiece Skywarp. So the thing about this, my biggest problem, get this out of the way, is that this is noticeably smaller. Let me get rid of my my camera here real quick. Just there we go. Okay. So this is official Masterpiece from Takara Tomy, not Hasbro. Takara Tomy is the people that make Transformers in Japan. This one's a third-party company. They're both Seekers. Originally they were the same toy, just colored 2 different colors. And Starscream, which again, I have a different third-party version of Starscream. This one is a lot older. I think this one came out in like 2017. And at the time it was really good, but compared to either of these, it's not good. The way they try to solve some of the issues isn't great. It is nice. This is the actual cockpit, but like the back is a train wreck. This is the front of, this is the front of the jet, the nose cone. The fins just hang out here on the bottom, like they don't do anything. There's a bunch of just big gaps, especially here on the forearm. There's some gaps here. His transformation is not nearly as complicated as some of the others, but it's not good. It's not a great figure. Get in. Come on. Both of these came out at about the same time, at the end of last year, beginning of this year, or at least the Starscream mold did, which is what they're both based off of. The backs on both of them are a lot better than the other one. Like, so his nose cone is inside the chest here. So is his. I would say between the two, this one's probably a little bit more tune accurate, maybe, with the kind of bulbous chest right here. But I'd prefer the cleaner, larger look of this one. Oh, I missed some bots. My bad. Let me get rid of those. Hey, Pop Teat, thanks for hanging out. But yeah, that's pretty much it. For both of these. I like them. I think this one's my favorite style. I think overall it's got a much cleaner look. The transformation is more interesting. And it's actually less expensive than the official version. Now, the official version comes with a lot more. It comes with some extra faces. He comes with like a flight stand. He comes with a little Megatron. Whereas this one, I think, just comes with some extra faces, and that's pretty much it. So there's not a lot going on there. He also has more articulation. Like he has a he has a waist swivel right here, whereas this one does not. There's no waist swivel here because of the way the transformation works. I love the Seekers too, Linda. I don't like Starscream. He's kind of, I think he's the most boring of all the Seekers. But yeah, there we go. It's supposed to come up like this. That's what I was missing. This is supposed to come forward, so that's more level with his head. Same thing with this one. They come forward a little bit, so you can kind of give them level with their head. Yep, that's what I was missing before. Okay, yeah, that's it. He's just smaller. He's smaller and skinnier, which maybe people like. I like the bigger, thicker, bulkier Thundercracker here, the deformation wing. He also he feels a lot heavier. His plastic feels a lot thicker, more robust, I guess. I also like the way the wings incorporate into the legs. I think that's neat. You can clearly see that that's a wing, whereas that same wing on this guy, again, is kind of folded up into the back of this wing here. But I like them both. I'm not saying I hate this one. I just think I prefer this one. But yeah, I like them both. I think they both have their own merits, pros and cons. I also think I don't know, I do like the black and purple color, but I do also like the kind of blue as well. They're both good. They're both good. But I've been going for 3.5 hours. I don't really have anything else to do. And my kitten, what are you doing? Kitten. Meow. Yeah, you want your belly rubbed, but you're all the way over there. If you want your belly rubbed, you have to come closer so I can rub your belly. Yeah, I'll slow blink at you too. All right. No, I get it. I get it. Transformers are cool, but they take up a lot of room. I wish I could choose one or the other. I have a large collection of both Transformers and Black Series behind me. And then over here, I've got other stuff. I've got Power Rangers. I've got like some Gundam stuff, even more Transformers. And actually, there's a ton of room on these shelves. I just need to move some stuff over here. I might move like my GI Joes and things over here because they're, especially when I get that his tank, they're gonna start taking up a lot more room. I just got the throne room Boba Fett. I know you know that because you were here when I opened it up. I do like this throne room Boba Fett. I like it better. Well, I think it's better for the money than the SH Figure Arts version that I have. And again, I am working on, you know what? I'm working on a Black Series review right now. I'm writing one for the Bad Batch, and it's got a lot of words. It's very verbose, and what I am doing. I don't know if you guys have ever watched a Tim Rogers review when he reviews video games. He doesn't hold back. Like if something jogs his memory, he will stop what he's talking about and kind of start talking about that because it's tangentially relevant or whatever. So I just was, as an exercise, I was like, what if I wrote a review like that? And it was kind of fun just to kind of see where my mind took me while I was writing. So far it's at 4,000 words, and I have only talked about 2 of the 5 Bad Batch figures. So I'm working on that, and I promise it's coming. I don't know when. I took the month of June off because I just needed a break from making YouTube videos. I've never taken a long break like that. See people talking about the Umbra Trooper. I love the Umbra Trooper. I got one finally. Kitten. Hi. Meow. Hi. Come here. Hi. Meow. What you gonna do? You're gonna meow into my microphone? Because it's really cute. It's really cute when you meow. Can you meow? Hmm? No? I love you. Yes, I do. All right, go on. My kitten, she likes being thrown. Like I'll throw her onto the couch or onto the bed, and then she'll come right back to me, and I'll throw her again, and then she'll come right back to me, and I'll throw her again, and she keeps coming back, and I keep throwing her, but like she keeps coming back every time. So I don't know if she comes back because she likes it and wants me to throw her again, or if she's like, you dick, why do you keep throwing me? I'm trying to show you love. I I can't tell, but I'll keep throwing her when she likes it. I think she likes it. Hey, stop that. Stop that. You like to chew on things. You're so weird. No, no, no. Don't you chew on that. Whew. All right. I'm kind of out of things to talk about here. I'm looking at the comments. It's so nice that a lot of you people have been hanging out with me. I know Linda's been here for a while. Mr. B just got here. A lot of fun names that, Ryan, I don't know if Rhino Hobbies is still hanging out. I don't know what I'm gonna do with the rest of my night though. I don't know if I'm gonna live stream all night. I think 3.5 hours is a pretty good amount of time to stream for, but I'm probably gonna end up staying up at least till 4 or 5 in the morning. Yeah, you're still here. How much were the Transformers? Thank you for asking. I think this guy is actually on sale on TF Source, which is one of the Transformer websites I use. Actually, I think it's where I got this from. I think it's $180 US for this. This one, I think this was $200 now that I think about it. But I think this was like 240 or 250. That's like the normal price for this one. This one is $200. Um, so they're a little pricey. That's US currency. But masterpiece figures usually are, and I think that's like my pricing has been skewed because of these masterpiece transformers. So whenever people are talking about like $300 for a his tank or $350 for a rancor, like yeah, that's a lot, but I pay more for less all the time. And shoot. Grimlock's head popped off. This is my masterpiece scale Grimlock. Let me get him under the camera here. This is a $230 toy, It's he's pretty big. What is that? He's probably about he's probably about a foot tall, like 12 inches tall, maybe 14 inches tall. No, not 14, probably 12. I don't know, maybe 14 head to toe. He's somewhere around there. Like he's pretty big. He's pretty tall. He's got a lot of like moving parts, and he fully transforms into a T-Rex and whatnot as a Grimlock should. But for me, I guess for how I spend money, I'm like, a $350 18-inch Rancor or whatever it was, or a $300 20-inch long Hiss, I guess that is, like that's kind of like that's stuff that I buy all the time. That's just kind of normal for me, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. Like I get it. It's a lot, but I think I'm desensitized is the problem. Is my problem. I'm not saying that's normal. I'm not even saying it's good. I'm just saying that's my problem. Is I've been in I've been indoctrinated into the expensive toy hobby for a while, and now I guess I've lost sight of how much things should cost or do cost. So, like, for instance, there's no way I'm going to get this into the camera. I don't know if I can make it big. I can't. There's no way I can get this under this camera. This is what, like 2 feet tall, 2.5 feet tall. This is six trains that turn into a big dude. Each of them cost about $110 a piece. You know, so I bought them individually. There we go. So it wasn't like I dropped, $700 or whatever all at once, but because they came out over the course of the first 2 came out in end of December, beginning of January, and then between then and last week or the week before, they've been coming out about 2 at a time for that entire time. So like this is huge, and it was like $700. Yeah, this is absolutely a small child. My wife and I joke that it's a toddler, that we have a toddler hanging out in our house. So that's absolutely accurate. And this train doesn't want to stay together. I'm gonna have to fiddle with that. All right. So again, I'm just saying that while yes, $300 for a 6-inch scale hiss is a lot, it's just it's not that different from other things I buy. And it looks like Bisto just said that tier 2 is unlocked. I'm just gonna refresh this. Yep, 12,006 with 44 days, 19 hours, and 33 minutes to go. So hopefully that means tomorrow they'll show us what tier 3 is. I'm very interested in it. My prediction for tier 3 is that it will be blast effects, because one of the things that Lenny alluded to was that the guns on the turret will be blast effect compatible, but the vehicle doesn't come with blast effects. So it would make sense to me if that were a tier. I would prefer it not to be, because I do think things like blast effects, that's something it could be coming with, but it's not. It didn't. So like that's just kind of the name of that game. That is what it is. Linda, I also hope for your sake that someone picks up the his tank there and it's not a stupid amount of money. I'll tell you what, I don't know what the shipping cost would be to get it from here to there. But maybe we could work something out where I'll order one for you and ship it to you. I don't know if that'll work or not. But hey, get out of there. Get out, you dummy. Also, Rhino, I'm also curious what Mezco you bought. I only own 2 Mezco toys. Well, actually 1. I owned a Batman. My friend Dave gave me some Mezcos. My kitten is too curious about things on the floor that she shouldn't be curious about. But my friend Dave gave me 2 Mezcos, a Batman and an evil Spock. And I just decided that like Mezcos are neat, but they're not my thing. So I gave the Batman to one of my friends who loves Batman. And I've got the Spock still, but I put him back in the box. I just don't have any place for him. I don't have a Star Trek collection, and I don't know what to do with it. The Pink Skull Chaos Gig Set. You know what? My favorite part about the Mezcos are their own things, like the skulls, the whatever the cockroach guy's name, Gomez, I think is his name. I think those are neat. I think that's really cool. I especially like the Samurai and Grub set they did. I think that looks really cool. Unlimited power. I could talk for about 4 hours on the Rancor, and I'm honestly just kind of tired of rehashing the same things. I wish the Rancor had got funded. I was fully in on the Rancor from I was within the first 100 people backing it. Like as soon as it went live, I backed 2 as soon as it went live, and then I added a third one in later. Because I really, 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 really wanted it to work. And it's not weird in hindsight that it didn't fund. The problem was twofold. The first problem was it really, really, really wasn't hyped or marketed well by the Black Series team. Like they just didn't flat out do a good job of getting people excited about it. From the moment they talked about it to the moment it died, they just did not do a good job of hyping it. And I think a lot of the blame lies on them, but not all of it. The other part of the blame there are some people, they legitimately didn't think it was worth it, but there were some big people who were actively campaigning against it. That coupled with, I just really do feel like people put way, way, way too much emphasis on the tiers. And I think a lot of people have unreasonable expectations for what kind of thing the tiers are intended to be. Also, Mr. B brings up a good point. At that time, we had 3 different HasLabs going on at the same time. There was the Rancor, there was the Sky Striker, and then a week after that, they added in the Ghostbusters Proton Pack. I genuinely don't think the tiers were junk. I think anyone looking at it objectively wouldn't think the tiers were junk. I do think they course corrected a little too late, because I do think Malakili should have been included with the Rancor, just like they're including a driver with the Hiss. Like Malakili should have been included from the get-go. And they eventually did, but it was it was too little too late. But the first tier was a $30 deluxe figure. Like the Gamorrean Guard is not an inexpensive figure. We'll get to the backdrop. We'll get to the backdrop. But the first tier is a full-on $30 figure, but it's not just that it's a $30 figure. It was in specific packaging that would have made that figure more valuable to collectors who might not necessarily want the Rancor, but do want a Gamorrean Guard in Power of the Force 2 packaging with a collector coin. The first HasLab, the sail barge, you can go on eBay right now and you can see, even recently, The carded figure that one came with, that they added in, the Saint Mary yak face, goes for $200 just by itself. The coin it came with goes for like $200 just by itself. That those add-ons to that $500 HasLab go for a lot of money by themselves. So the same thing would have happened with that first tier, which was again already a $30 figure. It would have sold to make the Rancor more profitable just by itself. The second tier, the backdrop and the bones together, I think are a fine tier. Not every tier of a HasLab has to be some incredible blow away game changer. The Hiss, the second tier, again, is it's a piece of plastic cockpit change, and the tread cover change for people that want that more retro look. It's not mind blowing, but it is niche, and there are people out there that would appreciate it. So for me, I didn't care about the backdrop, but I do think that's fine. Like, it's not like cardboard is cheap, and putting like a print on it it's not like it's free. It is something. But I was more interested in the bones. Those bones were rad. I think the bones were really, really, really cool. Ula was never going to happen. Ula is not a figure that Hasbro is going to make. I don't know if that's a Hasbro decision or a Lucasfilm decision, but Slave Leia or Hut Slayer Leia is probably never going to happen again. And Ula is not a figure that's going to happen again. Mr. Steve basically said that. And the fact that, you have people like Yakface starting that anti-campaign. Well, it's, let me finish this thought. People like Yakface starting this no Ula, no Moolah campaign helped doom it to failure, because it was something that was never going to happen. It was, I think it's a Lucasfilm directive, like maybe even coming down from Disney. I don't know. I'm not in there. But Ula is never and was never in the cards ever. And the fact that people were banking so hard on that was, again, it's just setting themselves up for failure and disappointment. And part of the problem was banking on that. And the other part of the problem is, for some reason, if that is true, which I've heard from multiple reputable sources that is the case, Hasbro either can't or won't come out and say that to set expectations. I think part of the problem is Hasbro has a problem with setting proper expectations for these things. I agree that the backdrop is kind of garbage, but it wasn't just the backdrop. It was the backdrop and the bones. And I think the bones are a fun flavor tier. Every HasLab has tiers like that. One of the tiers for the Victory Saber that I backed is just blast effects, or a shield, or little repaints of figures we've already gotten in the line before. They're just repainted slightly differently, like little ones. They're not even like big full-on Transformers. They're these little, like literally $10 micro figures that that you buy at checkout on a stand in the express aisle or whatever. So like every HasLab has those tiers where, like, this isn't a big tier. It's just a little something to add it on. And I genuinely did buy like those bones. I think the bones were my favorite tier, honestly. Because I think that they were kind of cool. And they're also things that you never would get anywhere else. Like Hasbro's never going to be like, oh, here's a bone pack or whatever that has these bones in it, And if you had someone like a 3D customizer like John Walker resin cast them, they're going to cost more than $20 or $30 to get them resin casted and painted like that. They're not $3. No, these are different. Those bag of bones are different. They're not the same thing. They're not in scale. They're not the same quality. If you have any person customizing figures, those bones would cost a lot more than that. So I do not think that that's a fair comparison, even a little bit. but you know, again, you can say, oh, the backdrop was bad. Well, it's not just the backdrop. It wasn't just the bones. It was both of those together. And I think both of those together was fine because those were something to help set up a display. You know, it's to turn a figure into, oops, it was to turn a figure into more of a display piece. And I think that was the thought and reasoning behind that. It wasn't my favorite. Well, actually the bones were I really did like the bones, but no, I will agree it wasn't a great tier. But the Gamorrean guard was great. The Salacious Crumb, which at the time, the only other way to get a Salacious Crumb in the line was to get that SDCC Jabba the Hutt. And this was a better version with actually different tooling on it, on a card. So, which again would have sold for more. If you didn't care about the Salacious Crumb, you could have sold that Salacious Crumb for money, which again would just go towards the price that you're putting towards that Rancor. Again, not the best tier in the world, but not bad. But the last tier would have been a brand new head to toe sculpt of Luke Skywalker. One that, yeah, sure, we're probably going to get still in the line with the season 2 Mando. But season 2 Mando Luke isn't exactly the same as Jabba's palace Luke Skywalker. It's probably the same mold, but you know, it's not a 1-for-1. No, I don't think they'll ever bring the Rancor back. I think that thing is, I think it's gone. I think it's done. I genuinely don't think we'll ever see the Rancor again. I think that whole thing is over. And I don't think we'll see a Black Series HasLab anytime soon, especially not after the lightsaber is about to fail. So you know, there were 4 tiers shown off. Yeah, granted, you know, the Salacious Crumb isn't, it's in line with the Rancor. It's from Jabba's palace. It's from that movie. But the other problem is, like, what else really could you do with the Rancor? Like, I feel like the Rancor doesn't have a lot of possibilities in the first place. My opinion is the Rancor wasn't a good choice to do out of the gate as their first HasLab. I really do think they should have done something from the prequels, because as much as I am not a huge fan of the prequels right now, because of the Clone Wars popularity and all the kids that grew up with the prequels are that right age now, the prequels are what's popular. They should have done something like a Jedi Starfighter or an Acklay, something to add on to the prequels, I guess, collections for the people that collect prequels. Because overall, I think the prequels haven't really been very well represented, and I think this would have been a big step towards that. So I really think they didn't choose a very good first choice. Although I was like I said, I was backing 3 of them, and I didn't care about like the tiers weren't make it or break it for me. For the $350, I wanted a 20. I think what was it? It was like 18 or 20-inch Rancor, with an arm span. If you spread it all up, it's like 27 inches tall or whatever. Like, I just wanted a giant girthy Rancor on my shelf. That's really all I cared about, and that's what I was paying $350 for. The rest was just a cherry on the top. Now to answer, someone else asked me, what do I think? 18-inch Rancor, yeah. What do I think about the 3D printed Rancors? Here's the thing about those 3D printed Rancors. They're more expensive or more work than the HasLab one. I think you can get a Twin Suns 3D print Rancor. It's like unpainted and unfinished. I think it's like $160 or $170. And once you finish it, and to finish it, you have to have a Dremel tool, and you have to actually you have to like Dremel things out yourself to assemble them. You have to paint it yourself, and then it has barely any articulation. What you're literally spending about as much as you would have from Hasbro for a worse product that you have to work harder to get. And I think that is stupid.
And right now, that's the only way to get a Rancor. So if you're gonna get it, like if you're buying one, fine. Like that's the only way to get one. So like, what other option do you have now? But I think anyone who is buying that now but didn't back the Rancor, I think that's a bad decision. I think it's disingenuous. I think you're paying a worse amount of money for a worse product. I'm also into Hot Toys. What's up, Nighterman? I saw you from Facebook there. I dipped my toe into Hot Toys. I'm waiting for Ahsoka to get shipped now, and then once Ahsoka gets shipped, and I get the money from Sideshow for Ahsoka, I'm probably going to put that towards Cad Bane, and until Cad Bane comes out, I think that's I'm not gonna. I don't like to get a lot of Hot Toys. Cad Bane's gonna be one I get, I think. But I just got the Darth Maul from season 7, and I'm waiting for the season 7 Ahsoka to come out. And again, those are $230 for a 12-inch figure, so $70 more, and you're getting a 20-inch vehicle that's 6-inch scaled, like with lights and stuff. I think that's about it's about the going rate. Yeah, I love Cad Bane. Cad Bane is one of my favorite characters, and he's one of my favorite Black Series figures. I love the character, and Book of Boba Fett, Cad Bane, I thought was cool seeing him in live action. Sure, he wasn't perfect. I think his blue wasn't as the shade of blue we're used to, but I don't know, the shade of blue changes as they age, and his mouth was weird because we're used to seeing Duros's have a lower mouth, but we've also never seen a Duros talk in live action. And they didn't want to have a CGI character for whatever reason, so they actually had someone. Because I went to Star Wars Celebration, and you could see they had the face broken up, so you could see what the actor had to wear to get the Cad Bane like prosthetics and stuff in, and that was pretty cool. Yeah, Cad Bane and Embo are my two favorite non-Jedi clones from Clone Wars for sure. I didn't back the Razor Crest, and I regret not backing it, but I don't collect TVC. But after seeing it in person at Star Wars Celebration, like it's a gorgeous piece. It's a display piece for sure. I just don't collect TVC. But I do regret not backing it just to sell. Because again, I have no problem with backing HasLabs to sell. Yeah, honestly, Ionicus, I wouldn't say that. Oh, Ken, thanks so much again. Yeah, the Anakin on a Stap is glorious. It looks great for sure. 100% agree. The only way I've been able to buy, to justify, I will say, not buy, but justify Hot Toys, is they have a payment plan. And I do think Hasbro should do a payment plan. I have two ideas for Hasbro to make HasLabs more accessible. Their first one is a payment plan. And the second one is, instead of tiers, because I think overall, I think tiers are detrimental to HasLabs. I think I think a lot of people have unreasonable expectations for what kind of tiers should be in a HasLab. Like, for instance, with the Hiss, there are people like, well, we should be getting a Serpentor and Chariot with the Hiss, or a Trouble Bubble or something like as a tier. Like, that's not a realistic expectation. That's legitimately, that's a stupid suggestion. And I don't know if they're being serious or not, but like it's hard to tell on the internet. I can't believe they're being serious, but I also can totally see someone just being so ignorant of how much things cost. That is a serious suggestion. But I think instead of tiers, they should just knock money off the price. So, maybe it's a $350 or $300 HasLab, and the goal is 8,000. And maybe at 12,000 or 14,000, they knock $50 off the price or something like that, instead of adding more, which again, they're spending money on. And, like the Gamorrean Guard was a $30 figure. Instead of including a $30 figure with the Rancor, knock $30 off the price, and that makes it more accessible to people who are hindered by that $350 Rancor price, or that $300 HIS price, but they still want it. So the more people that buy in, the greater the profit margin is for Hasbro, which is why they can do tiers and add-ons and stuff. That's the justification behind it. Instead of just adding more, just take a bit off the price, because the end result is pretty much the same. That sucks, Linda. I'm sorry. Yeah, like I said, I backed 3 of them, man. That's as much as I could have done. I mean, the limit was 5 per person. Yeah, I don't think they would have actually limited anyone from backing it, but that after you still need the money up front when it passes, when the thing ends. And it was so close to passing too. It was less than 500 away from passing at the end, and I was legitimately bummed. I really did want that Rancor. But I'm happy to get a HIS. I've got a Sky Striker. I've got 2 Sky Strikers coming. Originally, I had backed 3 Rancors and 1 Sky Striker. And I was backing a Sky Striker to sell. Just to help, fund it. And then when the Rancor failed, I was like, well, I've got extra money that I had set aside for the Rancor, because we knew from back in July that the Rancor was happening. So I had months to save up for it. So I've been setting aside money to pre-order to back the Rancor. So I had extra money. So I backed an extra Sky Striker. So I might keep one, because I think it is a pretty cool looking display piece, even though I don't collect the O-ring 3.75 inch GI Joes. I do like the Sky Striker, and I think it does look pretty cool. I might end up selling it. I might keep it. I'm not entirely sure yet. I backed 2 of the Transformer, the Victory Saber, one for me and one to sell. Because again, usually HasLab sell for about twice what they went for during the funding period. So my thought is, if I can buy 2 and sell 1, it basically pays for, I'm getting mine for free, which is all I care about. And I'm basically not spending any actual money on it. And that's what I think that's what I go for anyway. So I've got 2 of those coming, and I think that's it. I think the last one I backed was Unicron. I've got Unicron up here hanging out. I didn't back Razor Crest. I didn't back Galactus. I didn't back the Sentinel. Oh, neat. More bots. I feel cool because I've got I've got bots spamming me. 6-inch figures are getting too expensive. 30 for a Black Series, can't do it. I'd rather have quality Hot Toys over quantity in Black Series. I get that, absolutely, for sure. I mean, everyone's got to start making choices and cutting back. That's for sure, absolutely. Yeah, so you pay double what the Rancor or what the Razor Crest sold for. And that, like I said, that's kind of the going rate. Because here's the thing about HasLabs. The price you're funding it for isn't retail price. That's basically wholesale. Places like Big Bad Toy Store, Dorkside Toys, when they're selling those figures, they have to buy them for the same price that anyone else has to buy them for. They don't get a better price on it. Like when they buy figures to sell, they're buying them wholesale from Hasbro. Like we pay for them retail, but a store like Entertainment Earth or Big Bad Toy Store, they buy them wholesale prices. There isn't a wholesale price for HasLab toys. Everyone pays the same amount of money for those. So once that campaign ends, that wholesale price is done, and then you go for market price, because that's the only way to get it after that, and the only way there's even any available to get after that funding period ends is because there are people that bought them to sell. If everyone only bought one for them that they want, there would not be any extras to sell, because Hasbro didn't make extras to sell. Hasbro made the amount that people bought. So I have no problem with anyone buying specifically HasLab or crowd-funded items like that, where they will make as many as people order, because you are literally creating them when you order them, rather than taking them away from someone when you order them, like you do for regular products. So yeah, if I back a HasLab, with the exception of Unicron, which it was already $600, it was $575. I could not afford to buy two of those. I backed the one. Oh man, there's more. I'm getting all kinds of spammers. That's fun. Yeah, I could not physically afford to drop money at the time for two Unicrons, but I did for one Unicron. But every HasLab I backed after that, I've at least backed two, so that I can sell one to make up the price for the one that I'm getting from me, so I get mine for free, and that's really all I care about. That's how I kind of justify it. Also, it's cool. So again, people saying that the Rancor wasn't worth the 350 price tag, that's just wrong. It's flat out wrong. Not only could you have sold the tiers, if they unlocked any tiers, to get money off that price, a lot. If you bought an extra one to sell, it would have easily sold for $700, making yours free. And free is the best price. So I'm definitely backing a second His Tank, so that I can get my His Tank for free. All the HasLabs have been things that get destroyed. That's actually pretty true. Razor Crest got destroyed. I don't know what happened to Victory Saber. I don't know if Victory Saber got destroyed or died, but to be fair, I haven't watched Transformers Victory, because it's a Japanese only Transformers show, and I've just never watched it. But Galactus, Sentinels, those all get destroyed for sure. Rancor dies, absolutely. Ghostbuster packs, they don't really die. I don't think a proton packs have ever really been destroyed in one of the movies. So that doesn't hold up there, I guess. But for the most part, you're right. It's a very common theme with HasLabs. Anyways, thank you for letting me rant about the Rancor. I didn't hold a grudge against anyone that saw it and just decided that it wasn't for them, whether it be price or offering or whatever. That's fine. That's a personal decision. Absolutely. But people that actively campaigned against it and was like, I want this to fail, to send a message to Hasbro, I think that was incredibly immature and short-sighted, and in the long run only hurt them and the line, because Hasbro is a company, and honestly, they don't care. They don't care. The only message they got was Black Series collectors don't want this. They don't want things like this. That's the message they got. And that's not the message I think that people want to send. They're not going to release the Rancor. They're probably not going to do anything like that anytime soon. The thoughts on the lightsaber, a bit of a wasted opportunity. I think it's worth the money for what it is. I think $500 is actually pretty spot on for what it is, because it is essentially It's 2 lightsabers. It's 2 Force Elite FX lightsabers. If you bought 2 of literally any other Force Elite FX lightsaber, it would cost more than $500. If you bought 2 of Rey's, if you bought 2 dark sabers, if you bought 2 of the upcoming Obi-Wans, or I'm trying to think off the top of my head other ones they've done, Darth Sidious, if you buy 2 of those, all of those will cost more than $500. So I think $500 for what is essentially 2 lightsabers is fine. I think Reva's lightsaber was an interesting choice. Not that I have anything against Reva. I actually liked her character in the show, but she's a new character. And I think asking someone to commit $500 for a new character's lightsaber is a lot. And for being an Inquisitor's lightsaber, and this is the same problem. If they had done the Grand Inquisitor or the fifth brother or fourth sister, second sister, ninth sister, any of the Inquisitors, the problem would be the same. It's not going to spin unless they can figure out a way to make it spin, which is for me a defining feature of an Inquisitor lightsaber, or split, because Reva specifically could split into 2 lightsabers. If it could do that, if they had found a way to do that and make it kind of screen accurate, I think that would have made it better, but they didn't. It couldn't. So it was a character. Even people that like the character, she's still kind of a new character, and it's a pretty high price tag to go in on what is essentially a brand new character. And I think, I don't know, I think role play items, they're just not, they don't interest me at all. There isn't a lightsaber or a helmet or any kind of role play item that would make me back a HasLab for. Actually, I take that back. If they did the one that actually ignites and retracts physically, extends and retracts, the one that Rey has on the cruiser, I would back that one, but only if it were like $500. I think for like $1,000, I don't think I would. But like that, because it retracts and extends and stuff, like that is cool. But just like a Force FX lightsaber, I personally don't care. I don't collect them. They don't interest me. They don't wow me. Yeah, well, that's the thing. There's no tiers for it, because like, what can the tiers possibly be? They just today showed off you can have stands for both ends of the lightsaber. And the thing is, I was at the Star Wars Celebration. I saw this thing in person. It's big. It's longer than I am tall. It's really it was a big. It's a display piece. It's huge. It's just not something I care about. Yeah, never. That's basically it. Yeah, and that's the thing. It would be more than $500, which again, like I would spend $500 on it, but like $1,000, I don't think I would spend that much, because again, that's kind of a novelty. Like, so I got one of those Optimus Primes, the RoboSyn self-transforming Optimus Primes. It's cool in theory. When you watch the videos, you're like, oh, that's cool. But it's in reality, after like an hour, you've seen it transform both ways. You've done all the fun little voice commands that it can do. You've had your fun. You've shown off the party tricks and whatnot. And then what? And then what? And then what? What do you do with it? So like, it's a lot of money to spend on something that loses its luster after an hour. A lightsaber might be a little different. Like the only lightsaber I have is the one I built from Disneyland. That is fun. Like, when I got that, for like the month after I got that, I literally wore that thing everywhere I went. Going to the grocery store, I put the lightsaber on my belt. I walked around with a lightsaber hanging off my belt for like a month, because I felt like a Jedi. It was like the coolest thing I've ever done. I love it. What's my favorite figure I have? That's tough. Black Series or just in general? I honestly don't know how to answer that. That's really tough. Because I have a lot of sentimental figures. I've got a lot of figures I think are just cool. I've got some figures I can't break up. In general and Black Series. Let's see. I think in general, I would it's like a combination of two figures, but it's one display piece. I have the IG-11 on the speeder bike with the Baby Yoda hot toy. I would take, like, if my house were on fire, I would grab that and run. As far as Black Series figure, probably either my no, it would be my convention exclusive Cad Bane with the Toto 360. I love that figure. It's a great figure. We're supposed to be getting a new Vader Force Effects lightsaber. Again, I have no interest in it. I'm not going to buy it. I did seeing. Oh man, Jack, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'll happily answer any questions you have about Black Series. So feel free to use me as a resource. I also have, if you want to see, I've done checklists for every year except for 2021. There's just too many figures now for me to do checklist videos, but I've done checklist videos for every year. I've done top 10 figures of the year for every year since like 2016. So if you want to go back on my list and like check out through those, I've got a lot of resources for people who are just getting into there. I also do a podcast called Black Series Cantina, where episode 23 comes out tomorrow. But we go over like Black Series news every 2 weeks. We release a new episode, so you can check that out. Welcome to hell, Jack. It's true. It's true. Love to get a Dark Saber and Ahsoka set. Yeah, those are both great. But again, Ahsoka set, if you buy both those lightsabers, more than $500. The only reason it's a HasLab is it's just really big and a commitment. You know, with Ahsoka's lightsabers, they sell them individually, so you can either buy one or you can buy both. You have that choice. They really can't do that with like an Inquisitor lightsaber or Reva's lightsaber. You can't break it down into a more inexpensive component, I guess, unless they'd found a way to make it split. And if they had done that, they could have, and it wouldn't have had to have been a HasLab. But yeah, for me, and the reason they did a lightsaber or a role play item as a HasLab is because of the success of the Proton Pack. Of the 3 HasLabs that went live last December, the Proton Pack was hands down the most successful. It funded the fastest. It had all its tiers unlocked. It was easily the most successful. It was also the most expensive, and it arguably had the least. Like, it was $400 for just the pack. That doesn't include the straps of the A-frame. It doesn't include the neutrino wand. It was literally $400 for just the backpack. And the tiers were garbage, or in line with every other HasLab. The tiers were some fake marshmallow goop and marshmallow men to clip on to the backpack. We're talking about just cheap little plastic guys that clip onto the backpack. One was a book. It was like a little fake book, like Egon's fake diary book. And then the last one was just a stand so you can display your Proton Pack, which is arguably something it should have come with in the first place. And again, to have the complete set, it was $400 for the backpack. Buying an A-frame for it is like $50 on Amazon. And then the neutrino wand is an extra $130. So again, it's crazy to me that backed as half a product with terrible tiers. But again, and the reason for it is because Ghostbuster fans are starved. The slime add-on was added as well, but that was like an early bird thing. Same thing with what we're getting with the His Tank. We're getting that extra figure because of the early bird thing. The slime add-on wasn't a tier; it was like an early bird thing. But yeah, that was another thing where it's just like it's decorative plastic slime to put on your proton pack. You know, it's nothing mind blowing. It's literally it's cheap plastic to add on to your proton pack. But Ghostbusters fans are starved for things like that, and people do make proton packs, but they're way more expensive than $400 to get one made that's movie accurate. So this was a good price point for what it was, but for someone like me that isn't super into Ghostbusters, it was $400 for half a product, and the tiers, none of it made it interesting to me at all. I did not care about it. I'm happy it funded. I'm happy the people that got it are getting something they love. I think that's great. But yeah, that's another one of those things. Like the tiers for it weren't any better than the tiers for the Rancor. In fact, they were worse. They were objectively worse than the tiers for the Rancor. I love the Favreau figure. I'm very much looking forward to getting my Favreau figure. I'm gonna have it. I've got the George Lucas here, and I've got the Dave Filoni on the shelf. I'm gonna have them all hanging out together on my shelf. What we need now is the John Williams character from The Rise of Skywalker. He played like a bartender guy or whatever. We need him made so we have a John Williams to hang out with those guys. But yeah, I mean, if you look at some of the tiers for the other HasLabs, yeah, you're right. Deborah Chow was a pilot. She was a pilot in the same time that Dave Filoni was a pilot. There we go. So like for instance, well, the weird thing about tiers for HasLabs is it's very inconsistent. Like for instance, the first two HasLab, the first three HasLabs didn't have tiers, or at least not tiers that they advertised. There was kind of things thrown in as the campaign was going on. So for instance, the first one, the sail barge, they added on the yak face figure that was carded with the coin and stuff. But like that wasn't a tier. They weren't like, okay, we hit the goal. Now if it hits this, we'll add on yak face. The yak face was an incentive to try to get people to back it because they were having trouble backing that one. It didn't fund until like 3 days before it ended. Unicron was the next one, and again, no tiers. They did add on things like a digital comic, not even a real comic, but a digital comic that you could download. They had an extra faceplate and chin for alternate display options, and little tiny versions of Rodimus Prime and Galvatron, like microscopic in scale versions with the Unicron, but they weren't tiers. They were just things they kind of threw in to sort of sweeten the pot. What was the next one? The next one was the Sentinel, and that was like the first super popular HasLab. Like it funded real fast. And then it was so popular, they were just adding things to it. So it wasn't that they had tiers. Like they weren't like, okay, at this level they'll unlock this or this. They're just like, wow, you guys keep ordering it, so we're gonna put in, an extra tentacle or a battle damaged head, and then they were like, okay, we'll do this Sentinel guy, and then they do like a Sentinel girl figure. I don't know their names because I don't really follow that stuff, but like those were things they were just kind of throwing in because of how popular it was. And then they kind of did the same thing with the Razor Crest after that. So the Razor Crest funded in like a day or two, whatever. But they had planned tiers. So I think the first tier was the escape pod on the top of the Razor Crest. So they added an escape pod to it. The second tier, I think, was the Mandalorian, which is one that they released in the line anyway. But the difference was that it had a cloth cape instead of a plastic cape. So it had soft goods. Then they did, I think, the Grogu or the child at the time with the vac metal pram, and then the Jawa, which again, they eventually released all of these in the regular line as well. So they weren't exclusive to the campaign, except for the fact that they have little tweaks. So like the vac metal pram and the soft goods cloak. And I can't remember what was different about the Jawa, but something was different about the Jawa. Then they added in a stand for it as one of the tiers. But I think the first four things were planned. Like we've got four tiers, but it kept getting so popular and it kept going that they were like making up tiers as they were going. So they added a stand, and then they added the carbonized people. So again, the stand, the carbonized people, those aren't that different from bones or a cardboard backdrop, especially considering the size of the cardboard backdrop. I'm not saying cardboard backdrop is good. I'm just saying it's not different. It's not that out of line. But the one that really threw things off and made people have unreasonable expectations was Galactus. Because, like, what do you include with Galactus? They have an alternate head for Galactus, and they showed off, you could get a Silver Surfer. So at the time, Galactus was $400 instead of $300, like the Sentinel, or $350 or whatever. And his unlocked tier they showed off was a figure that people already had. He was slightly different, and he came with, I think, the little stand, so that you could have him in Galactus's hand on his surfboard. But again, it was a figure that people already had Silver Surfers. If you cared about Galactus at a $400 level, you already had a Silver Surfer in your collection. But then they showed off the Frankie, and then they showed off, I can't remember the other guy, but there were like two heralds that were like exclusive, and they specifically said, outside of this campaign, we're never going to make these. So these are exclusive to that. And people saw that, and they instantly equated, oh man, exclusive figures you could only get from HasLab as tiers with HasLab Project is now the norm and the goal, and anything else is stealing from me and garbage, and I hate it. So it gave people these unreasonable expectations to expect, exclusive, really cool figures that you can't get anywhere else. And that really sucks. And part of the problem as well as this is that people are comparing directly Marvel HasLab projects to Star Wars HasLab projects. And while, Hasbro is the same company, Marvel and Lucasfilm, while both owned by Disney, Marvel and Lucasfilm are different companies, run differently by different people, and have different requirements, expectations, rules, all of that stuff. The licensing fee for the Marvel license is not the same as the licensing fee for Star Wars. So what Marvel is allowed to do is not the same as what Star Wars is allowed to do. And the way those two teams interact with their product are not the same. because they can't be the same because they've got different rules. They've got different people running them. They've got different people they have to answer to. And you can't compare them because of that. Even though they're both toys, even though they're both owned by Disney, even though Hasbro is making them both, the way that you fundamentally interact with them is different. So comparing Star Wars stuff to Marvel stuff isn't a direct or fair comparison. So I guess what I'm saying is, we'll just look at figure releases. Oh no, they'll definitely make the new Luke. That they said that when they announced the Luke, that it was a brand new Luke from head to toe, but it was going to be, regardless of funding, the Luke was going to be in the line. We're going to get it as the Mando Luke. What we're not going to get though probably is a Jedi, like a Jabba's palace version of that Luke. At least not for probably a while, because that's the one that would have come with the Rancor. But we'll definitely be getting that Luke with Mando, with the season 2 Mando decos for sure. But if you look at the way Marvel interact, like does their figures with Hasbro, they have full waves of figures based around movies ready to go before the movie even comes out. Shang-Chi, Eternals, whatever movies are coming out, like they're ready to go, locked and loaded. The Marvel team's got all the specs they need. Whereas Star Wars, they play things a lot closer to the chest. Sometimes we've gotten things before, like we got Mando before Mando came out, but and a Cara Dune slightly after Mando came out. But that's like one or two figures instead of whole waves of figures because of the way Lucasfilm interacts with Hasbro and what Lucasfilm allows them to do. So it's not a direct or fair comparison when people do, even though on the surface level it seems like it should be. It's just not. Next year is the 40th anniversary of Return of the Jedi. We need a new Jabba the Hutt. I'll say that. I have the original Jabba the Hutt that came out in 2014. We need a new Jabba the Hutt for sure. I'd love to see a new Jabba the Hutt. Let's see what else would I like to see. It's kind of weird because they've, since 2020 when the new Galaxy packaging started, they've been leaning into Return of the Jedi pretty hard, like harder than any of the other original trilogy figures. So it's kind of weird they've been doing that, but I'm assuming they're gonna re-release them, a lot of those carded. Lobot is one I definitely want, but that's Empire Strikes Back. Oh, come on, let me block it. There we go. We definitely need an Endor Rebel, that's for sure. And I want them to do it just like they did the Hoth Rebel Soldier. We definitely, yes, we definitely need more Ewoks. We need a Wicket. We need a Chief Chirpa. They need to re-release. They need to release Poplu in the normal line. Like so far, we've got Tebow, and we've got a Poplu, but only if you bought that Endor set. Yeah, but they'll probably re-release a bunch of the figures on the Return of the Jedi Kenner cards. That wouldn't surprise me at all. So we'll probably get like Endor Han, Endor Luke, Endor Leia on those. We'll probably get General Lando on those. They'll give us a couple new ones. I would love to get Nick Sant or Rex, whoever you want that to be, because they've said, Dave Filoni has said it's either. It can be either. It's up to you on if you want it to be or not. I would love an ATST HasLab, but I don't. They're not going to do it. They're not going to do it. I wouldn't mind an ATST driver. We have an AT-AT driver. Why not an ATST driver? And if they did an ATST driver, they could do like a Han Solo and ATST driver outfit, because Han Solo wears the outfit to lure them out. I agree, Knight of Ren. It's Rex to me too. I like that, but there are people out there that grew up with him being Nick Sant, and will die on the Nick Sant hill. So to save headache, like it could be whatever you want it to be. Technically Nick Sant is Legends, so it's not canon. But there are people that, you know, they still cling to Legends, and that's fine. Star Wars can be whatever you want. It's a made up story, you know. If you prefer Legends and you want to keep the Legends, stick to Legends. It's fine. Yeah, there's tons of Jabba's palace aliens. Absolutely, Rees, Weequay, Amana Man, Effet Man, like just off the top of my head, you know, Bomar Monk would be rad. Yeah, we got a scout trooper in the archive line already, but definitely I feel like they could easily re-release the scout trooper on a speeder bike in the line and it would still sell. Because the Amazon one from Mandalorian sold super, super well. You know, I talked earlier about people not showing up for Black Series vehicles, and that basically telling Hasbro that people don't want vehicles in the Black Series line. The one caveat to that is the speeder bike. People love speeder bike. I agree. Effin Mon was one of my favorite looking aliens from Jabba's palace. I even, you know, I read the Tales from Jabba's Palace books back in the day, and you find out like Effin Mon is Jabba's best friend, and like they saved each other's lives and stuff like that. You know, it's kind of fun stories. So definitely, we could get, you know, Imperial dignitaries would be pretty cool. I guess I'm just trying to rack my brain about the different people from Return of the Jedi. Crix Nadine, Mon Mothma. Yeah, there's nine num. Yeah, absolutely. That's a great callback. A-wing pilot again. I don't know if they'll do an A-wing in the Black Series. If they did an A-wing, I think it'd be about the same. It'd be about the same price as a Snowspeeder. So I just don't see them doing it because the Snowspeeder didn't sell as well as they wanted to. Or they could do. Man, I would love for them to do an A-wing as a Black Series HasLab, because again, you'd have doing it as a HasLab, it would make it cost more. You know, what might be $120, $150 at retail would be like $250, $300 as a HasLab because of the limited nature of those figures. You know, they're making a fraction of the size that they would make for a retail, but they wouldn't have to cut the corners. So it's going to be more expensive, but you're going to get a much better product from that more expensive HasLab. So they could have things like better deco, lights, like cockpit lights, you know, illuminated control center. That's one of my favorite things about the HISS tank is the cockpit controls are, and the targeting receptacle, all that stuff is illuminated. Like that's rad. That's just cool. Yeah, we definitely need a new Return of the Jedi Vader. The one that came out in 2014 is not it's the worst Vader easily. It's a terrible. The mask looks like a sad puppy. And the cape's too big. He's not a good Vader. We can get Anakin Skywalker, a Force Ghost Anakin Skywalker, either the old Anakin Skywalker or Hayden Christensen Anakin Skywalker. Like make it a 2-pack. Why not? You know, we already have Ghost Kenobi. We got Ghost Yoda. Make Anakin Skywalker a 2-pack. Give us an old one and a young one. Or, you know, just a swappable head. Make one the Sebastian Shaw head, one the Hayden Christensen head. I'd buy two. I'd buy two of those just so I could display them. Both. I'm just spitballing here off the top of my head. Yeah, I agree. I love non-human pilots. I'd love a B-wing pilot. I like because the B-wing pilot has the cooler mask like that. I think that'd be cool too. They could even dip into like the deleted scenes. Give us like the Han Solo. We need a carbonite Han first of all because he's got a different outfit on. We like the sandstorm scene, the deleted sandstorm scene where they have like the goggles and the ponchos and stuff. Make those. I don't care. Just do it. Moff Gergerod. Yeah. I can't believe I have this many people watching. It's like a 5.5 hour, 4.5 hour stream, and like people are still watching this. This is crazy. Thank you. It's nice of you. Yeah, that's what actually made me think of it. Is the 3.75 made those figures, and I'm like, well, they can it could work for the Black Series as well. And that's that's one of those things. Yeah, it's 2:30 in the morning my time. I'm in California. uh yeah, I don't think that'll happen, but it's a neat idea for sure. One of the coolest things at Disneyland in the Galaxy's Edge is they have a little Sarlacc pit cutout, so you can kind of see what it looks like in the pit of Carcoon. Yeah, I'm trying to think of more Return of the Jedi that they haven't made. They've made a bunch of Return of the Jedi figures already, like all the big ones. Well, not all the big ones, but a lot of the big ones. All the major characters, at least the big three. Yeah, thanks, man. Thanks, Anarchus. Yeah, it was a good month off. Although, it's one of those things I wish I could have savored it more because I didn't think about it as a month off until it was already over, and I realized I just hadn't made any videos in a month. But it is what it is. Yeah, I get them when I see them come up. Those bots really want you guys to go, stop jerking and find girl and fuck. It's sad. General Lando is definitely a peg warmer. Part of it is they made him. I'm pretty sure he's 2 per case, and that's part of the reason why he's peg warming. And unfortunately, I have to think the other part of the reason is just either conscious or unconscious racism. I mean, the only thing that makes him different from any of the other figures is he's a black guy. He's a major part of the movie. He's a part of the main cast squad, especially in Return of the Jedi. He's got a big part, and he's a good figure. He's great likeness. He could come with a little more. It'd be nice if he came with something other than his little pistol that fits in his pistol holder. But that aside, he looks good. I don't get why people wouldn't buy him outside of there's 2 of them in a case, but I feel like that doesn't account for all the peg warmers I see. Hey Rhino, thanks for hanging out, man. But yeah, I don't know. Part of it, I hate to say it, but I really do think part of it is just racism on some people's parts. Just because he's a black guy, they won't buy it. You know, um, and I don't have any facts to back. I've never seen anyone be like, "I'm not buying that because he's a black." I just I just don't see what other difference there is between him and like any of the other Return of the Jedi figures or figures in that wave. Not to that level anyway. All right, Rogelio, thanks for hanging out. Yeah, I'm probably gonna go. Honestly, it's 2:30 in the morning. I'm getting kind of hungry. I kind of have to go to the bathroom. To be honest with you, I haven't been to the bathroom in 5 hours since I've been doing this, and I've had a whiskey and a drink. So I'm probably gonna take off. But thank you for hanging out with me. You guys have helped make this night a lot more bearable for me. Again, it's kind of a weird night for me, kind of a sad, melancholy night. And instead of just being sad on the couch watching TV, you guys have helped make it palatable. So thanks. And I really do mean that. Thanks for all the super chats. Thanks for just the regular chats. Thanks for talking to me. Exactly, unlimited power. It is really good in hand. Yeah. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, and I'm working on videos. You're gonna have. I've got 2 Geek Fuels. Wow, again, my voice keeps going. I've got 2 Geek Fuels that I haven't done. I've got Black Series figures that I'm gonna review. Linda, it's always a pleasure. Mr. B, Night of Ren, anyone else watching that has got 20 other people watching here. You guys are great. Thanks for watching. I'll see you later. Bye.